What's up, y'all? Hey, everybody. Happy Christmas, New Year's, all that bullshit is all coming. Really excited about the holidays and just wanted to have a little bit of time with you guys today. I am off today, so I am with the shits today, okay? Definitely wanted to give my commentary on some of the things that have recently been going on in the sector, some newer things that's been happening, and just give my commentary on it. I absolutely want to talk about the conversation between Carrie Ann and Slick. I thought that was a very interesting conversation. And I have my own thoughts on it, so I'm going to give my commentary on that. We're going to go through the video. We're also going to talk about some other things, including Medicare today. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about medical billing, Medicare, Medicaid, and those kinds of things, and my thoughts on those things as well. I'm not going to go into full detail on that, but I am going to talk about it a little bit just to get you guys' minds reeling a bit about this situation going on. Okay. Some of the other things that we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk about private health insurance as well. Okay. And the differences between private health insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, TRICARE, and all these other things that you guys have probably heard of, but definitely want to discuss some of those things today because I think it's important with what we've been watching, what's going on in the sector regarding D. Durrell and his situation. Shout out to him. I hope that he's doing well. But we're definitely going to talk about some health insurance things today and kind of clear the air about some things that people might be thinking. Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Epstein files as well. I thought that there was a lot of interesting stuff happening with the Epstein files and how, this situation is being handled. So we are going to talk a little bit about that. I'm not fully familiar with it, but I am going to talk a little bit about the things that I have seen and some of the cautions that I would like to put out about that. We are going to get in a couple of viewers' comments today. That's something I used to do in the show. And so I'm going to go ahead and look at some comments today from viewers, particularly from a particular channel that I do enjoy looking at. So I'm going to be looking at that today. And then again, like I said, we are definitely going to get into the conversation between Slick and Carrie Ann. I thought that conversation was crazy, but I understood the assignment. Apparently, she did not. But we are going to go ahead and get into that as well. Y'all make sure y'all do hit the like button on the way in. We'll probably be doing some polls, tricks, okay? We are not going to be like putting a one in the chat and all that stuff today. I'm probably going to do a couple of polls for you guys today so that we can see, what you guys' thoughts are on some of the things that we are going to be discussing, okay? So again, make sure that you do hit the like button on the way in. And let's go ahead and say hi to everybody. Hey, Spotum, I appreciate you being in the building today. Triggs, I appreciate you coming in the building. Divine, Queen Divine, I appreciate you being in the building as well. And Pills, I appreciate you as well. You said, I'm so glad the Chocolate Star went live. Hit that like, okay? Make sure that y'all smash that like button, okay? Like it's your favorite, like it's your best friend, okay? Hit that button today, all right? And Beautiful, I appreciate you being in the building as well. Everybody's just kind of speaking to each other. And so let's go ahead and get into it. We are going to play some classic T-Free timers today. We are going to get into all the shenanigans because this is probably going to be the last time I can go live for a while. Okay, so we're going to take advantage, okay, of all of this today. We're going to get the timers in. We're going to get some polls in, some ones in the chat. We're going to do all that stuff, okay? Again, make sure y'all are hitting the like button. And I'm getting used to StreamYard again because I haven't been live in so long. But we're going to go ahead and get this started. Ooh, we got some Christmas overlays. This is kind of cute, huh? This is kind of cute. Okay, let's do this Christmas overlay right here, okay? So we're going to do this one. And let's see. Let's do a classic timer. I got one for y'all. Let's do this one. up, Dr. Steele? I hope you're doing well as well. I'll tell you guys, I don't usually really celebrate Christmas like that. I have celebrated Christmas before, especially when the kids were younger. I used to make it a really big deal and make it this really big thing, have them putting on plays and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Um, the only one I bought gifts for this year is my son, my youngest son, and my granddaughter. Okay, I ain't buying gifts for people. I'm not doing all that. This is just not, I'm just not really into it like that. I also think that there's a lot of people that become really depressed around this time of the year, and they feel obligated to be purchasing gifts and stuff like that. So I'd rather just be a blessing to somebody quietly, right? And so that's what I plan on doing this year. Besides buying the gifts for my son and for my granddaughter, I do have some things I'm going to be doing for a particular family, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with that. But it's not really that big of a deal to me. But for those of y'all that make it a big deal, I hope you guys have a great holiday. I plan on cooking. I'm not going to be cooking like I did on Thanksgiving this year. I'm going to be cooking some stuffed shells. Okay, we're going to have some Italian salad and some garlic bread. Okay, that's what we do. Okay, so that's what I plan on making. I'm gonna have some Italian sausage. I'm gonna have some meatballs. You know what I mean? And that's gonna be it. Okay, it's nice and easy, clean up, real quick. It's done, boom, bang, and we done. Okay, so that's where I'm at with it. I might make a cake, because I had promised them the cake for Thanksgiving and I didn't make it. So I'm probably gonna make the strawberry cake, and that'll be it. Okay, and then make some homemade iced tea or homemade lemonade or something like that. But that's pretty much it for me this year. But shout out to y'all, for those of you who are not with family or not with anybody. This is a very hard time for you of the year. My prayers are out to you, okay? And I hope that you will get through this difficult time. Let's go ahead and light up some drugs. Y'all let me know what y'all got, since we all drug addicts, okay? We are now the Black Lounge drug addicts, okay? Allegedly, okay? Because the only type of drugs that I'm doing, right, I can buy from the store, okay? I mean, y'all can show, the packages where you get your drugs, okay? Let's put up that challenge, okay? Let's put up a challenge of the packages that you get your drugs in. Okay, like let's put that up, Carrie. Okay, put up the packages that you get your drugs in, because I get my shit from this place called The Farm. Okay, it's right here in Newcastle, Delaware. Shout out to The Farm. Okay, that's the dispensary. Yeah, everything is legitimate here in Delaware now. Okay, yeah, we got us some little garlic jam out this bitch. Okay, it's got a 27.5 TC, okay, THC, okay, that's what we doing. So let's go ahead and light up our drugs, all right? Let's light up our drugs, okay? Because, that's what we doing. We doing drugs, okay? So, yeah. So, anyway, I showed y'all my package where I get my drugs, okay? You show your package where you get yours, okay? We'll go from there, all right? We'll go from there. At least I could do that, okay? Without exploiting my children and my husband and all this stuff. I can show y'all The Farm, okay? Because they don't mind being exploited, okay? They don't mind being exploited, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and put them out there. We ain't got to show no medical records. We ain't got to show no medical history. None of that shit. We just showing the packages where we get our drugs, okay? Where we get our legal drugs, okay? That's what we gonna go ahead and do. Anyway, let me go ahead and do my drugs real quick, because that's what we do. We do drugs, okay? I hope y'all doing well. Y'all go ahead and light up y'all drugs, all right? Light up y'all drugs, okay? All right. Because, we got to be coughing and, because we be doing our drugs and, we just drug addicts out this bitch, okay? So, anyway, speaking of drug addicts, right, and drug care and all these other things, let's get right into some topics, because there's a particular topic that I was talking about recently with somebody about private healthcare, right? And how people tend to think that I actually had to cough just now for real. That's what I get, right? For making fun. Shout out to Carrie and her steel lungs. Anyway, let's talk about private healthcare real quick and how private healthcare has become this thing that particularly Americans think that they are getting something special for because they're paying for it, right? And I had wanted to be very clear with somebody who I know about this, and that it's not just Medicare and Medicaid that have fee schedules. Most private health insurance companies have fee schedules as well, meaning that they will pay a particular amount to a provider, and they're capped at the amount that they're going to pay for a procedure. Okay, so in order for you to understand that, you got to understand what procedure means, what diagnosis means, and the fact that there are codes involved in each one of those. Okay, so when they go to bill a claim, okay, they'll send a claim over with a code on it that gives you what the diagnosis was that they came up with for this member. Okay. And then they have another code that tells you what procedure that they performed in order to treat this diagnosis. Okay. Giving you some examples, just give you one example, because sometimes people get it mixed up that a procedure means that they physically did something to this person, like they physically performed surgery on this person or something like that. And that's not always the case. A procedure code could also fall under the lines of a person going for an office visit. Okay. So, say for instance, a provider wants to see you to follow up with you for cancer treatment or something like that. Okay, they may not have given you that actual treatment at that particular session, but they're coming to follow up with you, ask you questions, talk with you, and stuff like that. They can still bill your insurance company for that office visit. Okay, even if they didn't see, perform surgery on you or give you medication or anything, it is still considered a procedure to see you at the office. Okay, so that's just one example of that. So um, they have what's called fee schedules. Okay, so they only pay out but a certain amount for each procedure that they perform, and sometimes they will deny that procedure based off of the type of office that it is that you're seeing the person from, based off of the procedure that you're performing on this person and their age, their sex, all kinds of stuff is involved in an insurance company deciding whether or not they're going to pay a claim. Okay. But particularly the fee schedule part is what I want to talk about when it comes to private insurance. Because people who have private insurance, again, they think that they're paying into better health insurance, when in actuality, they're not. Okay. They're actually paying for insurance, yes. Okay. It's keeping the money and the economy kind of going when you're putting money into the insurance industry, when you're doing all that and everything else, yes. But ultimately speaking, that provider is going to get paid the same amount to see you that they would get paid to see a Medicaid member, or they would get paid to see a Medicare member. They're not going to get paid more because you're paying into your insurance. Okay. The only time that they do or may get paid a little bit more is if they're taking private pay. Okay. Which is like 1% of the population. Most people do not pay privately for their health insurance. They are paying into some type of health insurance program, whether it's Blue Cross, whether it's Aetna, whether it's United Healthcare, one of those, they're paying into that. Okay. And that's unfortunate for most Americans who just aren't simply aware of that. But either way, I wanted to talk about that real quick before we got into the Medicare and Medicaid thing, because I've heard about this while this situation has been going on with D. Durrell. And shout out to you, Shakim. I appreciate you for being in the building. Um, I've heard about this with the D. Durrell situation that's been going on, and how people have been talking about this and giving their commentary on things, and they have the right to do that, right? I think that that's fair, considering how sensational the conversation sounds, from the federal government, right? Um, Now, there's two things about this that never sat well with me, and again, I'm not going to say much because I'm not an expert in this situation. I'm not an attorney, right? And so therefore I can't speak from an attorney's point of view. I also can't speak from a point of view of a person who has seen all the paperwork and knows everything that's going on. So I want to start by saying that, okay? But I also want to preference some things before the case actually comes out and before the outcome of this case, because if I'm wrong about this, then that's fine. If I'm right about it, don't say I didn't say nothing, okay? Now, it's two things that stuck out to me in this case. Number one, the fact that the feds generally do have a 90% or so conviction rate did stand out to me, right? But it also stands out that usually that happens because most people are either have some sort of guilt somewhere, okay? And they're going to be convicted because the guilt is just so prevalent that they have to kind of say something. The other half of that is people that just simply don't have the money to fight such a case. Okay, so they will kind of just take a deal with the feds in a case like this, and they'll just kind of go on with their lives. I don't think that's the case in this situation. Now, I haven't spoken to D. Durrell about it. I don't know, right? But I don't think that's the case here. I think that the Medicare system and the billing system itself, because I'm very familiar with that system, I think that it's very complicated. And I think it's more complicated than people know, okay? So let me give you some examples of that. And I'll just tell you one thing that I know for sure. And these are things that you can actually reference and look up yourself. And I will share my screen as well on what I have on it. Hey, Robbie, I appreciate you being in the building, sis. We just in here for a little bit so that we can bust it up and talk a little bit about some real life topics and some things going on out here. But I had looked up one thing about is Medicare billing simple? Because I heard a lot of people talking about some things and kind of misconstruing some words and speaking on some things without really knowing what they're talking about per se. And I don't want to like jump down people's throats about things, but I definitely wanted to discuss this because I think it's important to kind of know what exactly is going on with this whole billing situation, right? Without, if you're not familiar, okay? So I asked if Medicare billing is simple, and it says no. Medicare billing is generally not simple. It's known for being complex, confusing, and tricky due to detailed coding, numerous rules, exceptions, and different parts A, B, C, and D, often leading to claim denials or mistakes for both providers and beneficiaries, unless specialized knowledge or tools are used. For patients, understanding bills and costs can be tough, while providers struggle with accurate coding, documentation, and compliance, okay? And so I just wanted to throw that one AI part into it real quick and go into a little bit of detail about that, okay? So let's kind of start from the beginning. But before I do, let me play a quick timer so I can go grab my water. Like I told y'all, I'm going to give y'all my timers and stuff today. And then we're going to get right into this because I definitely want you guys to kind of hear what I wanted to talk about this. Let's go ahead and get into it, guys. That's one of my favorite timers. I love that one. Bombay, I got to get a copy of that old timer that you had for me if you get to hear this, because I definitely I can't find it. I don't know if it's in my old archive. I got to just try to look for it again. But that old timer, I would love to be able to upload that again because that was really fun to have. And I know a lot of people like that timer. But anyway, that's the first timer that Black Lounge had. So we're going to find that one and get that up again. But these are some of the older timers that I had. Anyway, let's break down a little bit of this in regards to A, B, C, and D of Medicare. Okay. So Medicare Part A generally pays for hospitalizations, okay, and stuff like that. Part B pays for like if you go to see the doctors or if you're in a nursing home or something like that. Part C is a private insurance such as Humana or Blue Cross Dual. There's a few of them like that, right? Where they have the Part C, and then you can get like a D, or you can get a Medicaid that goes with it. Part D is the pharmacy side of it, but oftentimes you have to be involved in a particular type of Medicare in order to get Part D, okay? Or you would be able to qualify for Medicaid as well, okay? Now, when it comes to Medicare billing in the mental health field, okay, and in any field, I'll say this, but we'll talk about the mental health in just a second. But when it comes to Medicare in any of these fields, dental or any of this stuff, right? It's just as complicated as anywhere else. However, with people that generally receive mental health care in a mental health counseling session or in a mental health office or in a home that they would live in or something like this. This is done also generally along with it's well at a certain age group, right? Sometimes older people also have these things. I'm not saying that they don't, but it could be generally in a particular age group. So we'll say between the ages of 18 and 50, right? Now, I'm not saying that this is actually a thing, but just giving an example of this, okay? That a person who would have between those ages, if they had Medicare, then they would also generally have a dual, which is Medicaid as well, okay? There's usually a disability involved in that, and a extreme disability that could cause death or could cause permanent, a permanent disability. Those are things that why a person that young would have Medicare as well as Medicaid. Okay, so if they have Medicare and their therapist, okay, I'm just giving examples, their therapist bills for them, okay, and then with this condition that they may have, they very well may pass away, okay, during that time frame. So they're seeing this person, they have Medicare, they have some end of life things going on, they're seeing a therapist about these things, they end up passing away, and that therapist has, and I just want this to be clear because I want to share, I'm going to share this with you guys. That therapist has 1 year to bill after they've seen that person. Okay, so let me just share that with you. What is timely filing for Medicare? Okay, so timely filing for Medicare means providers submit claims to the Medicare Administrative Contractor, or MAC, within 1 calendar year from the date of service. Okay, so that provider, even if this person has died, okay, they have a year to submit that bill to Medicare for payment. Okay, that is across the board in the United States because Medicare is a federal program. Okay, Medicaid is a little bit different from state to state. Even though it's funded federally, it doesn't necessarily have the same rules. Okay, so I'm saying all this for a reason because, like we just looked at, how Medicare is complicated when it comes to billing. It is possible that a person can be dead after the provider files for the claim. Okay, also, the provider that was working for the billing group on that date of service could also no longer be working for that billing group, okay? But they still have a year up to a year to file that claim, okay? Now there could be multiple reasons why it takes them a year to do that, okay? I don't know. I'm not a provider, but there's multiple reasons why providers don't necessarily start sending claims out as soon as they see somebody. It happens all the time. Okay, that's why they have up to a year. Okay, because this is common practice. What is also common practice amongst providers is that they generally don't do their own billing. Okay, usually they have a billing provider who has an MPI number as well. Okay, that is able to bill for them, and they are the ones that are responsible for the billing. They are the ones that are responsible for the distribution of payments and everything. Most of the time the provider, even if they own the practice, okay, you can do your own research on this, but most of the time, and oftentimes, a provider is very unaware of anything going on with billing until the checks stop coming in. Okay. Once the checks stop hitting and something happens with that, now they're questioning. Now they're calling the billing department. Now they're calling the insurance company. Now they want to know what's going on, why they're not getting their payments, what's happening, and so forth and so on. They'll take it to a lawyer, right, and ask the lawyer to look at it, those kinds of things, and the lawyer looks through their records and they can see, I see that this person was, this bill didn't go in until 9 months after you saw this person. This bill didn't go in until a year after you saw this person. And they might misconstrue that as, well, what's going on here, right? And they may have to ask additional questions to find out why that might be happening, and even to find out that it's perfectly legal for them to do so. They can actually bill a year later, okay? Now, let's go a little bit further into why Medicare might deny a claim, okay? So, again, Medicare might deny the claim because the provider's billing department sent the bill over and didn't have a correct unique identifier on there, which would talk about the procedure code or the diagnosis code and why they need to identify where they were at when they performed this procedure, or where they were at when they performed this diagnosis. Okay, so for instance, example, I cannot perform labor and delivery at a just a regular office visit. Okay, I might have to do that at it might have to be under home health, because, or a certain type of code with that, and then that has to be a certain type of provider that provides that procedure. Okay, or it might have, like if they're having a home birth, right? Or if they're at the hospital, it might have to be a certain type of facility. It might have to be a certain type of provider that is providing this labor and delivery, and all of that has to be right for that claim to get paid. Okay, so some Joe Blow who does dental work can't just bill for delivering somebody's baby, okay, because he doesn't have the proper licensing to even request that payment for that such a thing, because he's not even licensed to deliver babies. He's only licensed to pull your teeth out. Okay, so those types of things make a difference in whether or not the insurance company, including Medicare and Medicaid, is going to pay the claim. Okay, so they might deny the claim and say, yeah, you have the wrong diagnosis codes, or you have the wrong incorrect procedure codes on here according to your practice. Okay, so now the provider has to go back and change that. Okay, and there's no time on that. There's no time limit on that. After Medicare has looked at it and they've decided that they're denying the claim, they send it back to you. The billing provider now has to go through the process of changing the codes. They got to go back to the dates. They got to go back to who the rendering provider was. All this stuff has to go on the claim properly. They'll send that back out to them. Medicare might take another 90 days to look at that, right? And then they find out that this person is a non-citizen. So they're like, oh, okay, well, we about to put them on the Illinois list. They about to wait another 90 days. So we already on a year and 6 months on one bill already, guys. Okay. So, and then, we're not talking about how long it took the provider to send the claim back to Medicare for payment. Okay. Now Medicare decides they're going to go ahead and pay it. More than likely, this person also had Medicaid. So they're going to send what their allowable amount is, and then they're going to send this over to Medicaid as a crossover claim. It goes over to Medicaid. Medicaid takes a look at it. They decide, well, Medicare paid the allowable amount, so we're not paying anything. But yet there's still $100 left on this claim. The provider does not care that the member's dead, that the rendering provider no longer works there. They don't care about any of that. They want their money, period. Okay? And so they're going to argue back and forth with Medicaid about that $100 until Medicaid either says you can appeal it, or no, we're not paying it, or we're just going to finally pay it just to shut you up, and that'll be the end of it. Okay? So we're talking this is like another 6 months that's going on. So we're on 2 years on one claim. The person is dead, the provider don't work there anymore, but this claim is still going back and forth in the system. Okay? So I just wanted to give y'all an example of how this actually works. Now, I also heard somebody mention that double dipping is a thing that could get you in prison, okay, when it comes to insurance. And I want you guys to be very clear about one thing, okay? You can have private insurance as well as Medicare, as well as Medicaid, okay? You can also be an active military family member, okay, and have TRICARE, and also have Medicare, and also have a form of Medicaid, right? Depending on your situation, depending on your health condition, depending on your circumstances, there could be a lot of reasons why you would have various insurances. So a doctor or provider, whether they are a mental health provider, whether they are a surgeon, whether they are a dental provider, they are very welcome to go after any insurance company that you have for payment, okay? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, they can bill both of them. That is not a crime. I don't know who told y'all that, but they absolutely can do that, okay? That is the reason why people have private health insurance for some children. Like, for instance, in families where a child lives with both parents, or a child lives with one parent primarily and the other parent is responsible for insurance, that one parent that they live with primarily might have Medicaid, okay? But the other parent might have Aetna. And so they have their child on their Aetna program. When the parent takes that child to the doctor, they give the Aetna card first, and then they give them that Medicaid card. So anything that Aetna does not cover, Medicaid will pick up, or they can be billed for. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to pay it, but they can be billed for it, okay? So that is not double dipping. Let me tell you guys what double dipping is, okay? Double dipping is when a person has Medicare, I'm sorry, not Medicare, I'm wrong. When a person has Medicaid, okay, in 2 or 3 states, and I'll tell you why people do that. So a member might have Medicaid here in the state of Delaware, and then turn around and also have Medicaid in the state of New York, okay, and have Medicaid in the state of Washington State, okay? So they got Medicaid in 3 different states. That's not going to last very long. So they only have a very small amount of time, maybe 60 to a 90-day window, to be able to use all 3, okay, or at least 2. What they can do with that is have an abortion in one state, okay? So they can take their Delaware Medicaid and have an abortion here. They can sell their Medicaid card for Pennsylvania to somebody, and that person can use that Medicaid card for an abortion or for something else, okay? Or for dental work or something like that. It's not hard. You can get a fake ID and all these things created, okay? And just take that to the doctor, okay? And they're going to bill. And then they go to another place and get some other butt insurance. I doubt if Medicaid's paying for that, but something done in another state, okay? So that is what double dipping actually means. It usually pertains to the member and, the consumer, and not the provider, okay? A provider can absolutely bill any insurance that you have, okay? If you come to their office and you tell them you have insurance, they can bill any single one of those insurance companies that you got, okay? That is not against the law. They are there to get paid. They are in the business to get paid, okay? So they are going to come for any insurance that you got to get paid. Okay. So that's what I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that, get you guys reeling on that, and thinking about that as you're looking at this case that's going on with Darrell. Some of y'all want him to go to jail so bad, and I promise you, I don't think he's going to jail. And now I don't know, right? I wasn't there. I don't see the paperwork. I'm not there to decide whether or not he is. I'm not a lawyer. But based off of what they're saying and based off of what I am very familiar with when it comes to billing, and this does not just pertain to Medicaid and Medicare. This is across the board at any insurance company. Okay. All of them are handling claims the same exact way. Okay. Whether it's the military, with TRICARE, whether it's private insurances, or whether it's Medicaid. And keep in mind, most of the private insurance companies also have a Medicaid plan and a Medicare plan as well. Okay. Do your research on those things. Make sure that you're looking that up. And as you're thinking about private insurance versus, universal health care, let's think about whether or not Americans are being scammed into this kind of thing, right? This whole private health care, thinking that you're paying for better insurance when really you're getting the same care that anybody else is getting. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and go into y'all comments real quick, and then we are going to talk a little bit about the Epstein files, and also I may want to talk a little bit about social welfare too, because I know that that's been a topic that has come up as well in regards to what people think in regards to um, social services and welfare, and how that has affected the Black community, how the Black community started to come into these kinds of things, and how these conversations, it's good to have good conversations like this, but also to keep in perspective, how often they like to divide us, right? Especially with conversations like that. So I definitely want to get into that a little bit before we get into the Gates video. But let me look at what you guys are saying in the comments here in regards to this. Make sure y'all hit the like button. I appreciate everybody that's in the building today. Let's see here. Okay, Shakim, I appreciate you being in the building. Lorna Williams, I appreciate you as well. All right. Hey, Remix, I appreciate you. You said T-Pre ain't been live since Joe Biden was in office. No. I've been live since then, but it's definitely been a while. Yeah, because I'll be really busy, to be honest with you. I was just telling somebody that the other day, shout out to her, that I really would love to go live a lot more. I just don't have the time. It's very time consuming. I love to do it. I love to put shit together and put little shows together for y'all and stuff like that. But it is extremely time consuming. And honestly, I just don't have the time, right? I would love to make the time for it. But I just don't have the time. I work a lot. I have a family, I got to sleep too, right? I got to spend time with my dude, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. So, by the time I get around to doing something like this, it's on a day like this, right? Like, ooh, I got a second that I can actually chill, and it's morning, and, let's go ahead and give them a morning show, So shout out to y'all, and I hope that you guys are doing good. Remix, I hope you're doing well as well. You said, hey, 007, you finished shopping. Lorna, you said, wow, this is complicated. In California, in CA, we have a health card, which is scanned every time something medically is done. Medical provider gets paid by government automatically. So I think they're trying to implement that across the states, right? Which would make it much harder to perform a lot of this fraud, right? And do this double dipping that members are doing, right? I definitely think they're trying to. I know that they're trying to implement some things in the systems, but unfortunately, in some states, you are able to do that. You can double dip, and you can have Medicaid in multiple states. And it's just because the systems haven't caught up with each other yet. Now, eventually, like, it will. So after like 60 to 90 days, they'll notice that, hey, this person has Medicaid in another state, right? Or this person has private health care insurance, private health insurance, or whatever. Because if Medicaid picks up that somebody has private health insurance, they're going to deny that claim and have you send it back to the private health care with a EOB, an explanation of benefits, to say who paid what, right? And then they'll decide whether or not they want to pay. But yeah, that's what double dipping is. So, but shout out to you. You said I'm almost at the finish line. You said one. Hey, Queen Sparkle, I appreciate you being in the building. Ratchet Nurse, I appreciate you being in the building. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yep, the COB. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You said whoever is primary has to be billed first. Exactly. So you'll go through generally if somebody has Medicare, Medicare is primary. Okay, Medicare will be primary. They are going to pay first. If that person has private insurance, like a Humana, like a Medicare Part C, then that will be secondary. Okay. Then if they have Medicaid, because they don't qualify for like a Slim B or a QMB Medicare program, then they would get they can actually qualify in times for Medicaid. Sometimes if they have chronic renal disease and stuff like that, they also qualify for Medicaid. So they can have dual plans, okay? Which means that the provider obviously can bill both, okay? Yes, yes, they can, okay? So all this stuff about dipping in Medicare and Medicaid together and he's going to jail for that. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about, child. People do this every day, okay? He said, I see the OG has dusted off the mic and come through. What's up, Brixton? Appreciate you being in the building. You say, yup. You say, yup. Everybody's saying hey to each other. You said, plus, you said the network schedule of fees can be crazy. Let's talk about it, okay? This is the part that people don't understand with that whole fee schedule thing, okay? They are not getting paid more because you're paying into your insurance, okay? They are literally getting paid a certain amount from the insurance company, and every single one of them have an allowable amount. Just because Medicare and Medicaid is oftentimes it's highlighted to people because they want people to have these types of arguments with each other, right? They don't understand that Blue Cross and Aetna and United Healthcare and every single one of them with their private insurance plans, they also have a fee schedule. It's only the providers that are aware of it. Okay. Now it's public. You can look it up on their website, right? They just don't tell you about it. That's all. But you can look it up. You can look up the fee schedule and see how much that your doctor is going to get paid for seeing you today. How much your dentist is going to get paid for extracting a tooth, how much a massage therapist would get for giving you deep tissue therapy. Like, there's all kinds of stuff you can check out. Okay, how much a gym will get paid for you becoming a member, those kinds of things, and whether or not it would be worth you paying for privately to the gym or you allowing your insurance to pay for. Most of the time, it don't matter, right? This is the reason why, doctors have thousands of members that they see, okay? Because they get paid. And they know they're only going to get paid a certain amount. If every doctor thought that they would get paid by the hour and all this other stuff, like some of the things I've heard too, I've heard that D. Durrell was lying on the paperwork saying that he had a session for an hour and he only saw them for 10 minutes or something like that. It's like, it wouldn't matter if he saw them for 10 minutes or 2 hours. Is he still going to get paid the same amount? Because it's a office visit, period. That was the procedure. It doesn't matter they don't get paid. It's not like a lawyer, right? Like lawyers get paid by the hour and stuff. The doctors, no, they're getting paid by the procedure. Okay, that's why they throwing out so many surgeries in one day or whatever, right? Because they're getting paid by the procedure. Okay, so they might book you for 4 hours. That don't mean they're gonna get paid for 4 hours. I mean, they're just getting paid for the procedure, and that's how that goes. So just a little bit of education on that while you guys are discussing that with your family members this Christmas on fee scheduling and whether or not paying into private insurance is actually worth it. You said, good morning. Hey, I'm no joke. You said, good morning. Happy holidays, T Pre and chat. Same to you. I'm no joke. Good to see everybody in the building. You say your priorities has shifted. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely, child. Child, you listen. Grandmama priorities and all that stuff. Ain't nobody got time for all this other shit. He said, thank you so much. I'm starting my New Year's resolution way early. Okay. Okay. You said, guys, please hit the like button and share it out. Thank y'all. I appreciate that, guys. You said, I know what you mean, Raw. You said, Bernice, slide through tonight. I think you will have fun. Yes, everybody, Raw, if you can drop the link to that in the chat, everybody, make sure that y'all go over to Raw's. We will be there tonight for members only. I believe it's the members only that she'll be doing. But make sure y'all go ahead and subscribe and make sure that y'all do click the membership over there as well. Because she has some very classic members only videos over there. I was looking at one of them yesterday at a time when I was still cool with Carrie Ann, and I re-listened to something that her and Cell were talking about, and I see it so different today, right? Just based off of that conversation from back then. So y'all make sure y'all go and check that out, okay? He said, this is why a lot of doctors don't take Medicare and Medicaid. Exactly. Because they're going to, it's not required. It's not necessary. They're going to get the same payment that they're going to get from a private insurance. Okay. But Medicaid and Medicare may have there might be some more nuances to it. Right. So this person may qualify today, but especially with Medicare, and it's a younger person, right? They may qualify today and then tomorrow they don't qualify for it. So you done did all these procedures on this person and you can't get paid for them. Okay. Whereas private insurance is very different. And that's the reason why providers don't really care whether you have private insurance or not. But they particularly do have more issues with Medicare and Medicaid because of the qualifications that are surrounding it. And oftentimes a member might not qualify on a specific day, but then they qualify next month, right? So you doing all this dental work on them and all this stuff and putting orthodontics, stuff on children and stuff like that, and they're not covered, right? And now you mad because they weren't covered, but you can't bill them because they had a certain type of Medicaid at the time or something like that. And so, you can't bill the member, right? So they don't even they try not to deal with stuff like that for that reason, only for that reason, not because they get paid more, for sure. So shout out to you for that. You said, I go see my neurologist and only sit with him 10 minutes. Exactly, because he's going to get paid regardless, because it's literally an office visit, okay? It's literally an office, excuse me guys, I had to drink my water. It's just an office visit. So yeah, he's going to get paid for that regardless of, how that's done. So anyway, let's talk about these Epstein files real quick, right? Because I'm telling y'all, I'll tell y'all. I'm not very keen on this stuff, right? First of all, there's two things that I think is going on with the Epstein thing. Number one, I feel like it's kind of a shit show, okay? Because they're kind of throwing out there whatever they want to. As long as Trump is the president, right? He has kind of control, and I know it sounds crazy to say, but let's just call it what it is. He has control over what comes out as far as the Department of Justice because of who he has in office right now, okay? Who's the Attorney General, who he has as the leader of the FBI, you know what I mean? Like, who he has appointed in these positions are there to protect him, okay? Whether right or wrong, good or bad, that's what they're there for, okay? So I'm not sure what people really think would come from these files, quote unquote, coming out to the public. I'd be surprised if any of this stuff that they're putting out is real, right? Now I'm not saying that there's not some truth to some of it. I think the photos and all these things that they've got coming out, I think some of those things are real. But I think there's a lot of photos that they're putting in there that aren't. Like, shout out to Carrie. She actually pointed that out about the Michael Jackson photo, right? And about Michael Jackson and Diana Ross, and how they had showed them in a picture with Bill Clinton and their own children, and they were acting like this was some Epstein file picture with some some exploited children in this video, in this picture, and that Michael Jackson and Diana Ross were caught up in this, right? And the internet had to get on that and say, no, that's not the case. My bad, guys. So the internet had to get on that and say, no, that's not the case. And that, these are Michael's children in this picture. And this is Diana Ross's child in this picture, right? So when they took this photo with Bill Clinton years ago, this was a legitimate photo that had nothing to do with the Epstein files. So the fact that people are getting a hold of pictures like this and pictures of Chris Tucker and any other black man that they can try to like cram into this whole Epstein thing, sounds to me like a damn distraction. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't think any truth or most of the truth about this will come out until well after Trump is out of office. Okay? I'm just being honest with y'all. And I don't even know if it'll happen even then, right? As much as the victims and the advocates would like to see this happen. The reason for that is because these people are kind of the people that are at the top, okay? These people that were involved with Epstein, I believe personally, I don't know, but I personally believe these people are the people that are in that 1% billionaire class, okay? The people that kind of run everything around here, right? They run the banks, they run the money, they got the economy going the way that it's going, okay? I'm not 100% sure if, any implications would ever come to any of those people, okay? And I think they know that, right? And I think that they're just playing in the American people's face at this point with this whole thing. So if I was anybody and I would give somebody some advice on this, right? Not that they need my advice, but if I was to give my advice on this, I would say don't hold your breath about anybody going to prison, about any real serious implications happening to anyone. Will there be some lawsuits? Probably. Where there'll be some settlements, some very quiet settlements? Probably. If that hasn't already happened, right? But I would not expect any serious salacious stories to come out about anybody, right? Unless it's a black man, right? They're going to try their best to expose all of them, okay? Obviously they didn't even do a very good job with that with Diddy, right? And I have my thoughts on that too. I think the reason why they weren't able to go as far as they wanted to with Diddy and show photos and show videos and show stuff like that, because it would implicate some very powerful people, some very powerful at the top 1%er people, okay? And if he goes down, then they'd have to go down too, right? So what do? They just cut all of that out of it and just act like they never told us that there were all these videos of all these celebrities with baby oil being splashed all over them and their peoples, and people coming and getting R-worded and all kinds of crazy stuff is happening, and the Beyonce and everybody all in the videos. This is what they said, okay? To get everybody all hyped up and thinking that, Diddy is about to go down for all this major stuff but by the time the thing was over, the only thing we got is that him and his girlfriend had a bunch of people, men and women, in their hotel, and they was doing some freaky deaky stuff, okay? And that he had smacked her around a couple times. She had hit him too, and they were trying to get him for allegedly taking her over across state lines. I don't know why she wasn't charged with the same thing, right? Because she was taking her peoples across state lines doing the same shit. So I'm like, what are we doing here, right? At the end of the day, they didn't get all this other extra salacious stuff that they claimed, right? All TD Jakes and all these people at the parties and all these late night parties and stuff with all this debauchery going on. They didn't show any of that. They literally showed him and his girlfriend and their friends doing the thing in their hotel rooms and making that shit nasty. That's what they did, okay? And that's it, which is not a crime, okay? It's not a crime. It's not a RICO, right? But it might be a RICO if you can add all the other stories and all the people that were involved, right? Huh. Makes you wonder why they suddenly changed, and they changed literally in the middle of the trial. Okay? They started changing up the things that they wanted to ask, they started changing up the approach that they wanted to make, and everything. And I found that so interesting. And that is why we need to be very careful, Black folks, of what we're looking at and what we're deciding is true and not, right? If it's not verifiable, if you can't really go and verify, something, or if you do go and you go and look at it and it turns out that it's not what they're saying, right? Do your research on it. Go ahead and verify some things, before we start talking about, these celebrities and whatnot, because you really may not know what you're talking about, right? You really might just be going off of what somebody actually said or what somebody thinks or something like that. And so that's my thoughts on the Epstein thing. I really don't I don't think it's going to really turn into much even after Trump leaves office. I think more over the years will come out over time, probably when a lot of these people are dead already. Then the truth will start coming out about things, and who was really at the top of things and who was really involved in things. But other than that, I don't know. I don't think you can. I'm not looking for there to be this great victory, if I can say that, right? I'm not looking for there to be this great reveal of things. I think they just playing in our face, to be honest. So, but anyway, let me go ahead and look at y'all comments real quick, and then I want to take a look at a comment from YM on her channel. So give me just a moment. Okay, make sure that y'all go to Raw Show. Okay, you say, yeah, prior authorizations are crazy, right? Girl, so that's another thing, right? So say a provider has, let's talk about a mental health provider. Say a mental health provider sees a member and they give them a prescription for Vyvanse, right, or something. Some of those medications do require prior authorization. I don't know if Vyvanse does, but I know that a lot of those psychiatric medications do require prior authorization. If they don't get that prior authorization prior to sending them that prescription, and the pharmacy sees that, the pharmacy might catch it because they might know that there might need a prior auth, but sometimes they don't, and so they'll administer the medication, and then so the member already has it now, okay? And then now you go and send this claim a year later. You go and send this claim for this this medication, and Medicare denies it because there was no prior authorization on file. Now you trying to argue with them. You trying to put this in collections. You doing all this stuff, but prior authorization means exactly that: prior authorization, right? And a lot of times those providers don't get it. They really don't understand. Oftentimes, though, like I said, this is why I'm not surprised to hear from someone like Anti-Afro. I'm not knocking her, and I'm not saying this to be funny. I don't really like her, but I'm not knocking her in not really understanding billing practices, because most providers don't. Most providers have no idea how billing works, none whatsoever, until they call the insurance company because their checks stop coming. That's literally why they find out. Okay, so that's definitely a thing. Most of them have a billing company or another billing MPI that bills for them. Even if they own the company, they still have that. So, but yeah, you said they sometimes have to submit a bunch of times. I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you, like, I can see claims are submitted 7, 8, 10 times sometimes, because there's so many mistakes that are made. There's so many dumbass nuances that Medicaid and Medicare will deny for, and any other insurance will deny for. There's so many reasons, guys. So many reasons. And some other insurance companies have other rules, all right? TRICARE has their own set of rules, right? So it's not as easy to just send a bill and get paid. It's not that easy. No, it's not. It is absolutely complicated, and it can take an extended period of time for just one claim to be settled. So prove me wrong. If you saying I'm wrong, prove it, because I gave you information, tangible shit that you can look up yourself. All right, with your own insurance, you can look it up on your insurance's website. You can look up physicians' fee schedules, all of that shit. Okay, so. You said, I agree. You said they say 16 files are missing and some other victims are pissed. Yeah, and I'm not surprised at all. I'm not, I'd be, I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than 16. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's like thousands, right? Of things that are missing. I'm pretty sure there are thousands of things missing. That's why it took this long. If it was so important, why didn't they just release it the day that it was signed into law, right? It should have been released that day, within 24 hours or something. These niggas had like a whole month to clean up like half of the files. Like, come on now. If y'all believe that any of that stuff is 100% it, I don't know what to tell y'all. What's up, Dr. Steele? You said red herrings. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, Steph, I appreciate you being in the building. You said, what it do, y'all? I'm annoyed at myself for missing this so far. It's okay. We haven't gotten too far yet. I'm getting ready to get into the video in just a moment. You said they want to see those files with them women that want to sue Trump. Exactly. Exactly. So they can see certain things. You know what I'm saying? No, you did not miss the time. Well, you did. I did do some timers, but I'm going to do another one in a second for you. But what's up, Slander? I appreciate you being in the building. Everybody saying hey to each other. You said, but just the first one. You said Slander. Everybody saying hey. You said Steph. That happens to me all the time. YouTube is pain in the backside. They want to use the participate. They want you to participate, but they constantly F up when it comes to giving notice. Oh yeah, all the time. That's why I had shared it on my wall too, because I know that they be taking their time sending notices out, especially if you don't go live that often. So, but anyway, guys, so let's get into a viewer comment. I'm going to go and talk, go to YM's page, because she always has some really interesting topics going on. And I thought that there was something that she was talking about that I was really interested in. And so we're going to go over there and look at that. But first, before I do that, I want to put up the viewer comments banner. Okay, here it is here. Okay, so I also want to go and do a quick timer for y'all, because I know that y'all love the timers and we haven't done one in a while. And so let me see, which one am I going to do? Let's do a quick one. All right, let's do this one. I don't know, because all of these are so classic. Oh, I got one for y'all. All right, let's go. That nigga said, talk about now. Well, I've wasted all my tears. Yeah, could that be? Wasted all those years. Wolf, you need a soundboard. Nothing had a chance to be. I know this shit. Nothing ever could. Yeah. Hey, come on now. This motherfucker, what is that? I'll keep moving on. Squad! I'll keep moving on. I'll keep holding on. Holding on. Phoenix, you're in a die. Oh my God, that is a classic. Shout out to P. That is my dog. But at the time, me and P we was okay at this time, but we've had our little fallouts and different shit. But Listen, this was at a time where I was really roasting the shit out of P. So shout out to you, P. You know you my dog though. We always gonna be cool or whatever. He has had his roast moments on me too. So it's all good, you know. But anyway, that's one of my favorite timers in the world, okay? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm the only one that runs around with timers all the time. So, you know, hey, it is what it is. But anyway, that was funny, and I just wanted to share that with y'all. Just a little quick sector moment. Anyway, shout out to YM Visuals. Make sure that y'all, if y'all have the link, can y'all put the link to her channel in the chat because I would like for you guys to see a lot of her posts, right? She has a lot of really good posts that she comes up with that gets your mind kind of reeling and thinking, right? And so there's this one particular post I want to get into. But before we do, I wanted to highlight the post that she had posted just 16 hours ago. And it says, it's official. I'm departing from the way black folks traditionally cook collard greens, right? She said, number one, I will saute, braise, and steam them for about 30 to 45 minutes. I won't boil them for hours and hours like I used to. I will not be using smoked meat to flavor them. Only aromatic veggies, spices, and stock from now on. No hot sauce, scotch bonnets, habaneros are better. So shout out to her because a lot of people actually do cook their collard greens like this. Okay. Now I personally do have the boil thing going on, but my boil is not as long as some people's. Okay. I boil mine a little bit slower. Um, Not as long, maybe 2 hours at the most. And I put a lot of like chicken stock in it, but I don't put the meats per se. If I do put meat, it'll be like turkey meat or something like that, like a smoked turkey. But I never use pork. Never ever use pork in my greens. I don't really like pork like that. So I don't put, never put, you won't catch ham hocks or ham or anything like that in my greens at all. Okay. But you might see like some smoked turkey in there or something. But I particularly use bouillon in it. Okay. Or I have used some vegetable stock in it as well. Okay. So, and then I use some hot peppers, like some spicy peppers or something, but very little pepper flakes in there, but not a lot. I don't need spicy greens. So, shout out to her for not putting the hot sauce. But my kids will definitely hold a bottle of hot sauce because they know I am not a spicy type of person and I don't buy a lot of hot sauce and stuff. So they buy their own hot sauce for the greens and stuff like that. But I want to try this way that you said, and I want to see how it comes out. So I'll probably sometime this week. I do got some greens downstairs. I'll probably try to do this and see how they come out, and I'll let you guys know whether or not they come out right. I'm gonna try some veggies in there. I do like stuff like the aromatic veggies. I like is like fresh garlic, fresh onions, fresh celery, and stuff like that. I'll put all that stuff in there. And so I'll see if that comes out that way. I'm going to try it without the chicken stock. I'm going to use a vegetable stock. And then I'm going to try it, of course, without any meats in it. And we'll see how it comes out. And I'm pretty sure it'll come out good because greens, they're kind of versatile. And there's a lot of things you can do with greens. But shout out to YM for that. Another thing that YM had talked about was Rob Reiner and the death of him and his wife. Okay. And how sad I was about that because I originally saw Rob Reiner on the show All in the Family, right? Meathead over there. And I really liked him, that character that he had. It's a funny show, very much with the times that it was. But the characters on that show are very interesting people, such as Archie, for instance, was actually not a prejudiced person in real life. He was actually a person that advocated for black folks and did a lot of things. He had a lot of black friends per se, and did a lot of advocacy for black actors. So he wasn't the one that was the prejudiced one. It was actually Edith on the show who was the actual prejudiced one in real life. She wasn't the docile, sweet one that she was on the show. And so it's amazing how they flipped those roles. And then Rob Reiner, he had a very interesting acting career. spent a lot of time there. He's did other things as well, movies, and other really great hits. And it was really sad to see him go out that way, right? Especially at the hands of his own child, you know. And I couldn't imagine something like that. I really feel bad that anything like that happened to him. Um, but it just goes to show the times that we're in, right? And it also shows that these types of things that plague families don't just happen in black families, right? You know, sometimes we get caught up in these conversations of, you know, these horrible, horrible things happening only in the black community, right? That only black men are capable of these things. Only black women are capable of these things, right? And only these things are happening to black people, and they're not, right? You hear about more often, um, you know, violence against parents from other demographics, right? I don't know if it's from fear. I don't know what the reasons are, but they're generally, these things don't generally happen. It's not that they don't happen, because they do. I know of an example of a friend of mine who was killed here in Delaware. He was killed by a serial killer, and that serial killer killed his mother. Okay, and this was a black guy. All right, so that does happen. It absolutely happens. Um, you know, that, you know, black children are doing this as well. Black people, black men are doing this as well. But white men are doing this too, right? And so I don't know if it's healthy to have a conversation around violence and around, um, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, you know, issues within the family, if I may say, and just focus that on the black community as if this is only an issue that surfaces within the black community, because I don't think that's the case, right? I think that there's a lot of things on social media. I think that there's a lot of things in the media period that try to highlight what happens in the black community, but doesn't do enough highlighting of these very same things happening in Asian communities, these very same things happening in the white communities, you know, and so forth and so on. And I think that's done on purpose. Okay. I also think that we have to be careful with, which is why a lot of people who are college educated understand statistics, right? And understand that you can't just look up statistics and think that because this statistic says this here or this statistic says this there, that this makes this a concrete evidence of this being a thing, right? I think that oftentimes people have their own experiences in life, which is understandable. This is not a dig at that. But people often have their own experiences in life, and they base their own experiences off, or they base life off of their own experiences, right? So they think that most black men can't lead the community, or most black men can't, you know, can't take responsibility for things because they're black, right? Or because they're, you know, they have some issue because they're black, right? When it, you know, or they think that most black men feel this way or most black men feel that way, you know, and really, you know, you can't really come to that conclusion just based off of, you know, something that you've experienced, right? Or something that you've gone through. That doesn't mean that most black men are this way, because this is something that you've experienced or something that you've seen, right? I think that's fair to say that. And I think it's something that needs to be said, right? Because oftentimes we lose sight of, you know, the good things in our people and the good things in our communities, and how there are a plethora of black men who do lead the community daily, right? Who are not, you know, who are not abandoning their children and abandoning the mothers of their children and stuff like this, and that they are involved. I also want to bring up one other thing in regards to that, and then we'll get into YM's comment here after the Rob Reiner comment. But I wanted to say this, and I remember when I first got married, right? I was 18 years old. I was almost 19. I would have been out. I turned 19 the month after. But my daughter was born exactly a month before we got married. Okay. So my mother was at the hospital when she was born. My husband was there, of course, when she was born. And I remember my mom kind of like quietly whispering to me. And at the time, I was in so much pain because I was in labor, right? That I wasn't really paying attention to what she was saying, and I didn't catch on to what she said until years later. Okay? And I'm going to tell y'all what she said to me. Because at the time when we had our daughter, we were not married. Okay? We got married a month after she was born. Okay? And then obviously was married for the other kids. Okay? So, um, I remember my mother saying, "Tanisha, do you want to just wear a ring? Do you want to put a ring on?" And I was like, "No," right? Because I didn't understand why she was even asking me this. Like, I'm thinking, like, I'm in pain right now. I'm trying to have a baby. I'm over here, my dad on the phone telling me to breathe. I'm telling him I'm breathing. I'm listening to her. Like, do I want a ring? It was just crazy, right? So I couldn't understand what she was talking about. But I understand now what she meant, okay? And what she was saying, because my mother is from a different era, right? She's from a different time frame than me. She has a very different perspective on family and family values and the family structure and all of these things that most of us don't have, okay? And one of those things is marriage, okay? Because that is what women were used to. If a woman wasn't married, right, she was considered loose or considered, a certain way if she had a child at a quote unquote wedlock, right? If she went out and had a baby here, you know, and she was with a man, right? But she had a baby, but they weren't married. She might be considered like they might look at her like, well, who's the father, or you just, you a hoe, that kind of thing. They didn't use those words, but that's how women were looked at, right? It was viewed a certain way back in the 50s and, at a certain time, it was viewed a certain way for women to not be married and having children. Okay. It had been like that for many, many years. You said, yes, make a change. Someone pinch me. Black Lounge is really live, and we are talking that ish today. Shout out to you, Make a Change. I appreciate you being in the building. But anyway, so yeah, women had a very different perspective of women. Women were also very catty at that time. So a woman might whisper about you if you walking up the street with a baby carriage and you ain't got a ring on. You know what I mean? And all that kind of stuff. They like, well, looking at her real crazy and all sideways and stuff. That's the era that they grew up in, right? As time went on and the 70s and the 80s came around, that was still a thing, but it was phasing out, okay? Women became more independent. Women started, working independently. They started getting away from the abuse, which I can't understand from a feminist why a feminist wouldn't understand this, but I do understand that feminists do have a wide range of ways of thinking when it comes to marriage. Okay, so I'm not going to put that on Carrie too much, but it doesn't make sense to me that you're feminist, but you don't understand the movement that women made in a certain era to empower themselves in order to get away from some of the things that you complain about, like abuse in the house or abuse from men or the need for financial dependence on a man and different things like this. And so they started, it wasn't the welfare thing. We'll get into that welfare talk in just a second. It was that feminist movement. It was that independence movement that women started making. And that kind of, those two things I think did conflict, right? When it came to the women empowerment and the men that wanted to remain in power, and kind of how those two bumped heads with each other until they finally came to a plateau. And now it's, it is what it is. Okay. So divorces started going up in the 70s and in the 80s and stuff like this because people no longer needed the two income household anymore. They could work off one income and still be able to maintain the children, still be able to maintain the house, right? And still be able to maintain themselves. So they started weighing and outweighing whether they had to remain in a situation like this. And this happened across the board. This wasn't a black thing, right? This was black, white, this was everywhere. Okay, so I'm not sure where this idea of white men will stay in the house and support their kids while black men are just running out the house all the time. I'm not sure where that comes from. I think both sides of it stayed in the home, right? And then both sides of it also divorced or never married at all or any of that stuff, but they were still there for their children, right? So the word bastard is a very old term, okay? And it comes from that time frame. It actually started with the French, the old French people, where they were the ones saying this back in like, I don't remember, it was like 1500s or some shit, okay? Where the word bastard started. And then there was a William the Conqueror who was also called William the Bastard, okay? But this was back in like the 16th century or whatever. Um, so at a time, when it first came out, this was how people were looked upon, okay? If you weren't, in a marriage, if you weren't married, right, they called whatever child you had, quote unquote, illegitimate, okay? Which is what that word means. And then it, evolved over time to become something even gross and even more worse. And then it became, when William the Bastard or William the Conqueror, you guys can look that up, when he became William the Bastard, that was more of a term of endearment at that time, okay? And then towards the 19th century or so is when the word started to become something vile again, okay? And so if you're using that term now, right, and you're speaking on someone's children now in 2025, right? Even in 2021, when this conversation originally happened on Nappy Yankee Show, you're not using it as you would with William the Conqueror, right? As a term of endearment. You're saying it to be rude, to be disrespectful, and you know that. The thing is just be honest about that, right? Don't try to pretend that it's some issue within the black community and it's some major problem that you now want to bring to the black community. Now that you care so much about the black community, all of a sudden, now you want to bring up this whole topic because it fits your narrative of being this pure person who only wants to be loving and kind to people, and you just want to say whatever you need to say, and people just need to accept it instead of you just being rude and disrespectful, right? And you not being able to take responsibility for being rude and disrespectful. And so now you want to force down our throats this word bastard as if somehow this is going to change our minds because somehow the history of the word bastard has changed, right? That's like the N word, right? A white supremacist cannot come up to me and use the N word with me and expect me not to be offended, okay? If I'm going to be offended by that word, bottom line, you can't then turn around and say, well, the word nigga is actually in the Bible, right? Let me show you over here where it talks about nigga. And then, the word nigar is in African language, right? Let me show you where it is. It don't matter how you try to twist it or how you try to make it. You're not using it for that reason. You're not telling me that word for the purpose of my edification of what happened in Africa or what the word niga means in the Bible and all this other stuff. You're doing it to be disrespectful and to be insulting, okay? And so therefore, it is difficult for me to take on the conversation with you, as in a true way, right? Because I know you're trying to gaslight me with this word as if you're not using the word to actually insult, right? You're insulting me by telling me I'm not insulting you when you are insulting me, right? Let's just be honest about that, Carrie, okay? But anyway, I just wanted to say that because I thought that whole idea of using this word, and then trying to gaslight the people, into what the term meant and what the term means, as opposed to what you meant when you used the term is very, very different, right? And we're not going to pretend with you that that's not the case because you always do that. You're always gaslighting people into some kind of thought process, which is what we're going to get into with this Gates video in just a moment because I thought that was crazy. Okay. thought that that was crazy, child. But we are definitely going to get into it. All right, let me get up to y'all comments real quick, and then we'll get into it, guys. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Shout out to P, man. Y'all tell P we in the building. You said, I love P. I love that timer too. Okay. Me too. Me too. Me too. You said, what it do, Raw? Okay. You said, when I was drinking, it was 2 for the greens and 2 for the cook. Okay. You said, get some Saison for veggies. Okay. Yeah, that's some good seasoning too. You said, sounds good, Stephanie. You said, not hot sauce and greens. Sounds like someone else needs to be investigated for being white. But I'm a mute. No. No hot sauce in my greens, nigga. Okay? We not doing no damn hot sauce and no greens, but the kids, they love it. Okay? They got their own personal bottles of hot sauce because I don't be doing that type of shit. Okay? I'm trying to tell you. I ain't putting, it's a certain time of the month, maybe. I might put a little bit of hot sauce on some things, but yeah. He said they're saying Rob Reiner's son is schizophrenic, and they are saying that recently his medications were changed. That is so sad. That is so sad. And like I said, that is a prime example of how mental illness, issues within the family, these things happen in white families too, and they happen in two-parent households too. It's not, singled out to single mothers or single fathers. It's not singled out to the hood. It's not singled out to any of that. This is happening everywhere, guys. Okay? Everywhere. And we just need to be aware of that. That's a fact. You said it happens all the time in the white community. Exactly. You said, hey, Unadulterated Truth, I appreciate you being in the building. Good Guys Music Group, appreciate you being in the building. Shout out to you. You said, so, okay, I got that comment. Got that comment. You said, very true. Everybody's saying happy holidays. You said, were their families making them get married if they got pregnant? Exactly, right? So that was the mindset of older people at the time. They were in that mindset of bastardy children and illegitimate kids and all this other stuff. This was in their minds, right? This is not something that is thought about anymore. You said, plus the birth control technology revolution, a function of feminism, pushed bastardizing children by eliminating marriage needs. Exactly. The need for marriage has changed as well. Exactly. You said it's from Old Testament before Jesus Christ. The New Testament does not use it. You said, thank you, Mac. You said they also said you were born on the other side of the blanket for illegitimate children. Exactly. Exactly. I'm just saying. You said, I thought that person didn't believe in God. So why is she using Testament from the Bible? Child. That was another conversation there, child. That's a whole nother conversation there. Like having the conversation about the existence of God's, whether God approves of gay marriage and all this stuff. But I'm like, you don't even believe in God. So how can I have a conversation with you about God and what God believes in? Like, what are we doing here? Like, come on, you know what? All right, girl. Anyway, let me get into the other comment from YM because I thought that this was so cool. And like I said, sometimes she really has some excellent words. And if you'll just go over there and check her out, it says normalize. Okay, so somebody put her visuals channel in the chat if you can. Normalize feeling a range of emotions and allowing others to experience their emotions. There is more than just mad. There are other physical responses besides tears. Plus, tears mean different things for different people. We are allowed to be complex, layered, and unique with emotions. I always thought it was a characteristic of white male supremacy to scrutinize every little thing a person communicates based on the emotional logical dichotomy, as if your ideas should be dismissed if you show emotion. It's definitely possible to show emotion while making logical sense. I appreciated that from her, right? And I don't know who she was directing that to, but I immediately thought about Carrie Ann when I read this. Because oftentimes I hear Carrie say stuff like, you're being emotional. or you stop being emotional, or you're acting emotional. Every time that you respond to something she says, right? If you respond to her harshly, if you respond to her in a way that is not favorable to her, if you respond to her in a way that she feels uncomfortable with, you're being emotional, right? And I remember the last argument I had with this dumb bitch a few days ago on the panel, which really wasn't an argument, it was more of an annihilation on my part, right? I remember during this conversation, she tried to say that. You're being emotional. You're being emotional. You motherfucking right, I'm being emotional. Right? I told her. You're right, I'm being emotional. You're right. I am in my motherfucking feelings and I'm fitting to dog your motherfucking ass over it. You know why? Because I'm sick of hearing your bullshit. I'm sick of hearing you lying on me every other motherfucking day. I'm sick of hearing you lying on my family every other motherfucking day. I'm tired of your motherfucking shit. I'm tired of you gaslighting me for simply blocking you, right? I'm tired of you disrespecting me and doing all the fucking shit, the fuck shit you're doing. And I'm going to tell you about it with all the emotion that I fucking feel and that I fucking feel like it. Why? Because I'm human. It's absolutely okay, unlike what you were taught as a child. It's absolutely okay for you to feel. It's absolutely okay for you to have emotions and to have feelings and to tell people about it. It's absolutely okay to wear your heart on your sleeve. Not every time, right? You got to learn when to back away and when not to let people see your hand. But there's the other times where you can be honest and you could tell somebody exactly what the fuck you want to tell them and the way you want to tell them. And they don't have to like it. They don't have to agree with it, but it's going to come out this way, whether you like it or fucking not. So take it. Take that shit, bitch. It don't matter whether it's emotional. It don't matter what way you want to paint it. At the end of the day, feelings and thoughts are just that. Humans have a wide way of showing those thoughts. Me, I don't cry about everything, right? But I do cry, right? I get angry, I cry. If I'm angry and like you're in my face and we fight and we arguing and shit, you arguing with me and tears are rolling down my eyes, it's because I'm about to fuck you up. Like literally. I'm so angry. That's how angry I am, right? That's what's happening right now. This is how my body's responding to you, right? This is how my emotions are responding. But it's absolutely okay to normalize feelings. It's okay to normalize emotions, right? The same way that you sit in one conversation, Carrie, and you have a problem with black men showing their emotions, right? You have a problem with black men, being emotional and expressing themselves, right? You got an issue with that. If a black man is raising his voice, or if a black man is cussing at you or telling you about yourself, now he's being violent, right? Now he's evil. Now he's dangerous, and all these other things you like to say about black men, right? But this is the way that humans are built. This is the way we're supposed to be. If a black man does not put his foot down and stand up for his family, if a black man doesn't go after another man for coming after his wife, right? If a black man doesn't put his foot down for another man disrespecting his daughter or disrespecting his household, who else is going to do it? And what is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to be docile and because then you would say what? He's weak, right? The same way you say that. The same way you say they're not strong enough to stand up for themselves. They're not strong enough to lead the community, is the things you say, right? But when they show you their strength, you're afraid of it. That's not a black issue. That's not a black community issue either. That's a Carrie Ann issue. That's a Larry Wilson issue with Carrie Ann, right? Because Larry should have been a better father. Larry should have been a better man to Carrie. And then maybe Carrie wouldn't think all these things that she thinks about black men and the black community. So shout out to YM for that. Now, that segues into this video. Because Carrie Pull up a seat, sweetheart. I know you making peanut butter flavored cayenne peanut butter and shit, and grape flavored peanut butter and shit, and all that shit, child. But I know you on your way to, some imaginary cabin and shit with Bugsy and all that. But pull up a seat, girl, because I think you missed the whole fucking point of what was happening with Gates' show the other day that you uploaded to your other channel. Now I'm gonna tell you, I didn't catch on to that at first. But shout out to who I was talking to once I did catch on, right? I didn't catch on at first that other channel was you, because I forgot about it. I forgot about that sector chat channel. But I know it's you. I remember it being you because I remember you telling me about it. And you haven't posted on it in so long that, I was surprised when I saw that it had been reposted the other day for slander to play, right? What I found funny about that shit, shout out to Slander, and anybody can go back to the show and see it for themselves. You ain't got to take my word for it. But y'all can go back to the show where that sector chat channel dropped down in the chat and said, I just uploaded it to my channel, to the Gates video, because Slander was talking about it. And they said, I just uploaded it to my channel. And I'm thinking it was sector, the sect. Shout out to the sect, okay? We got a few troll accounts around here that got sector names in it. So one of them is the sect, okay? So shout out to the sect. He be uploading sometimes too. So I thought it was him at first that reposted this video. But it wasn't. It was Carrie Ann's channel, right? Her troll account channel. So I'm like, so wait a minute. You posted the video in Slander's chat and then come up on the panel a couple hours later talking about, acting like you just woke up and shit, like you sounded drunk and shit, like, everybody was talking about me. Everybody's talking about me. They worshiping me. But you were the one that posted the video for us to watch, Carrie. Come on, Carrie. You got to get up earlier than that to get us, okay? You got to get up earlier than this to get us, okay? It was you that reposted the video from Gates. First, you got it from Gates, okay? That's number one. You're the only one that had access to it, okay? Because Gates gave you access to it. You reposted the full video on your troll account page, okay? And then you come and act like literally a couple hours after everybody done went through the video and all that shit that you posted for us to look at. After we done all commented and went through the video, now you're coming up like, oh, I can't believe y'all talking about me. Oh my God, why are you talking about me? And just keep worshiping me and yeah, we talk about any motherfucker that makes a fool out of they dumbass around here. That's what the fuck we do, okay? We're not, child, you ain't the last one, okay? You ain't the last, Carrie, okay? We talk about anybody that makes an ass of themselves out here. You're not the only one. You are not special. I mean, you are special, right? But you're not special, okay? We literally roast and drag motherfuckers in this sector for being different, okay? We literally do that. That is what we do, okay? What are you talking about? If you keep making yourself content by showing us medical history, by, lying on people, by making up shit about motherfuckers, by calling Photon abusive, and by playing sexual music after you get off the line with a married man and all this other stuff. If you keep doing that shit, bitch, we gonna talk about you. Like, what are you talking about? Listen, all news is not good news, okay? And, all commentary is not good commentary, okay? And all, having, attention, all good attention is not good attention. All attention is not good attention, Okay? Just because people are talking about you and giving you attention doesn't mean we fuck with you. Doesn't mean we love you and we people talk about Hitler every day. They can't stand that motherfucker. Okay? Like it just is what it is, sweetheart. People talking about Epstein every day, okay? They can't stand that nigga. People talking about Trump every day, okay? They don't like him, okay? That does not mean you are special to us, okay? That does not mean we love Carrie. We want to worship Carrie. It's funny. Let me give you an example. Shout out to P. Because P was doing a show the other night. He was talking about all kinds of shit. And people were, in the chat doing their little chats. And then when he started talking about you, it was painful. Everybody got quiet. Okay? Everybody got quiet. He kept even asking, well, do I got it right? Do I got it right about her daddy? And I had to finally just drop down and say, yes, P, you heard it right. Okay? And the reason why we didn't hit the panel and talk about this and we didn't do any of that is because we tired of talking about you. That's why. Mm-hmm. We tired of talking about you. You ain't that important. Okay? You're not that important, right? But you're funny. You're entertainment. I mean, we're all entertained, okay? It's funny as hell watching you crash and burn and try to go after Hoodie's channel, for saying that he goes outside, and the crazy shit that you do and say, and you crying in a lithium bottle and, and all these things that he said, and you wanted to come for him and girl, go outside, okay? Go to a ballet or something, okay? I'm just saying, make you some peanut butter or something, okay? But anyway, yeah, so this goes into that commentary because, what you failed to realize, Carrie, about that commentary is that, and I think you knew at first, like when you first came into the conversation, because we're going to show that part. But when you first came into the conversation, I think you noticed that this was kind of a trial for you for this podcast, okay? If you knew you were going into this as a trial for a podcast, why didn't you just take the conversation that way? You literally, and to this day, even down to last night or early in the morning, because I've seen it this morning, even down to last night, you're still commenting on this man, Slick, as if the thoughts and commentary that he gave to you on that show are actually his thoughts and commentary. And you're still arguing over the viewpoints and the thoughts that he said as if he really feels this way. When he was fucking playing with you just to get you, just to see how you would respond in a conversation like that, right? Like, if an audience member asks you a dumb conversation, are you going to just fly off the handle and jump all over the place and scream and holler and do all this crazy stuff like you fucking did? And that was hilarious, right? The other part about that, though, I will say, I really felt like Gates had set both of y'all up. Gates, well, I'll say you in particular, Carrie, because, and I feel like you know what you're doing, Gates. I mean, I'm not saying you purposely are, trying to hurt Carrie. I don't think you're doing that, right? I want to make that clear. But I think you don't understand the seriousness of her condition, okay? I think that you think it's just, she has the ability to decipher between, reality and non-reality, right? And sometimes she does and sometimes she doesn't. And it really might become a problem for you. But we're going to let you see for yourself, okay? I'm here for it. I'm subscribed. I'm here for it, okay? But at the end of the day, don't say you ain't been warned. And don't say you haven't seen it, right? Because you have. I know you kind of one of them Johnny come lately type niggas. But at the same time, you definitely have seen her behavior within the sector over the past 5 years, okay? You've been around longer than most of us. A lot of us have. You've been around since the D. Darrell's Broke Brother chat room, right? That's where you was at with Kip and with Bombay and with other people. Make a Change was over there. So Gates has been around for years. It's not like he's not aware of what's going on with people and how people are. But Gates likes to be, and there's some of y'all out here who are the same way. Gates likes to be the devil's advocate often. Okay, he likes to be the one, the antagonist in the conversation, the one who will stand up for the bullshitter, right? For instance, we all know this nigga's wife was contacted this nigga's wife, right? But within months of that happening, Gates was bigging her up, making her sound like we all scared of her and all this other crazy shit. And everybody looking at him like he's crazy. But you got to realize that's kind of the shit that he do, right? He kind of likes to be the person that's, the devil's advocate in the situation, right? If I may say that. So he allowed for that conversation to happen the way that it did. And at first I wanted to say that I feel like he set up his brother too, but he didn't, because I think the brother's been around for a while. I don't know how long, but I think he's been around for some time. I know the sister has been around for a while, right? She's been looking at our stuff. She's even chimed in on a couple conversations, got cussed out by a couple people. So, I think that, the brother is aware of what's going on around here too. So I think he knew what he was getting into with Carrie. But like he said, and he told Carrie, y'all gonna hear it in just a minute. He said he feel like she's dangerous, right? He said he like her, but he feel like she's dangerous, right? In other words, and what I'm thinking he meant was, I like you. I like how sharp you are, and that you seem intelligent. You seem that you can hold a conversation, but you can cut a motherfucker too with your words, right? And I've seen you do that. It just hasn't happened to me yet, and so therefore I can't really gauge how much you're trying to cut because it hasn't happened to me yet, right? And then on the same show, it actually happened, and now he views her very differently, right? So we're going to get into this a little bit and break down a little bit of what I believe was going on with this conversation and some of the things that were being said, because I really thought that it was quite interesting. But before we do that, I am going to get a timer up for y'all because I know y'all love the timers, okay? And you said it was obvious, child, with that channel. Okay, I'm just saying she was trolling so hard under sector chat. Girl, she was in the chat room literally trolling under the name, but then get up on the panel under her real one, talking about, like she was sleeping, all this other shit. I'm like, girl, Carrie is fucking nuts, y'all. Like, okay, over here pulling a whole kip on us and shit, right? Oh, what's going on? What I miss? I was asleep. I'm just saying they could change. I'm just saying, no, they know. She knew better than to be doing that shit. You said, damn, you said Carrie pulled a kip. What's going on? What you talking about? Yeah, she was like in the chat, showing us the video, dropping the link in the back chat and everything, making sure we talk about it. Then gonna get up and be like, I don't know why y'all talking about me. I'm asleep. Oh man, that shit was hilarious. She is so goofy, man. So goofy. You said, well, when your sleep schedule is upside down and you're already delusional, that's what you're going to get from C. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying, when you're delusional, right? And your other personality comes out and that personality drops the link for the video while the other personality was asleep, but then the other personality hits the panel, okay? So, girl. We don't know which one was doing what, okay? We just know it's all three of them personalities are all housed in one body, okay? That's all. That's what we know. And that body is at 2743, okay? Anyway, or 2347 on 27, 24, 70, 73. Girl, you know which one it is. You know. Or one of y'all know. One of your personalities know which number I'm talking about. You said, Mac, I'm telling, but they're all housed at that location. Okay, child, just saying. You said she's the kind of person that could never be wrong about anything, ever. Never. You said because delusional people be trying to protect her like idiots, girl. Like idiots. Idiots should be the word of the day. Okay, ciao. You say, yes, you can tell some people the fire is hot, but they will still have to get burned before they realize that you were telling the truth. Exactly. It just is what it is. It's unfortunate, but I'm here for it, Gates. Like, I'm here for all of it. Okay, I am here for all of it. All right, so let me get y'all a quick timer, and then we are going to get right into the shenanigans. Okay, because, child, what we not going to do is be over here acting like, uh, like this shit is okay, because it absolutely ain't. All right, y'all, go ahead and roll up, grab y'all something to drink, continue working, whatever y'all doing, okay? But we will be back in a couple of minutes. Please, no alcohol. It is not 5 o'clock everywhere, okay? It's only 10:56 a.m. Get you some alkaline water or something, okay? No lithium. No lithium. Okay. Oh, wait. If you need your lithium, take that shit. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's get started. One of my favorite timers there. That is one of the favorite ones that I've got out here. Make sure y'all are hitting the like button on the way in here. If you are new to the show, make sure that you subscribe to the show, okay? And for everybody that will catch the replay, I truly appreciate y'all as well. Please share the show out as well, okay? So that we can get this out into the algorithm because a bitch like me, I ain't been live in a long time, y'all, okay? And so, YouTube be playing with the algorithm thing when you don't go live a lot. So just asking y'all to go ahead and hit that button when you guys do get the chance to do that, okay? So that we can go ahead and continue on with what we are talking about. All right, so we are definitely going to play this video. And we're going to start at this part here where they are kind of getting into the conversation and they're going to start discussing some things. We're going to stop and go and just comment as we go along. I'm going to give my commentary just live, just as we're going, okay? Um, Now, before we get into that, we were talking a little bit about social services and about welfare and this whole idea that, because I heard Carrie talking about this, about, how Black men are claiming that, because of welfare is the reason why Black men were removed from the household. Carrie's not the only one I've heard that from. I've heard this from other people who have argued that same point, right? And have said the same things, that that is not the reason why Black men were removed from the house. And that is one thing that I actually agree with her on, okay? That Black men were not, just overall removed from these households because of the idea of receiving welfare, okay? Welfare was actually not introduced to Black people originally. It was originally introduced for white families who were experiencing issues with social services way before the 1900s. This was something that was happening in the 1800s. It was called public welfare or something along those lines that it was called. As a matter of fact, let me look at it real quick because I have it up here. Um, where I was reading into this, and it talked about the origins of welfare programs from 1932 to 1935. But prior to the 1900s, local governments shared with private charitable organizations major responsibility for public assistance, or as it is often termed, public relief. So that was the name that it was called back in the day, was public relief. Okay, and people beyond that era, well, as the nation's economy became more industrial and the population became more concentrated in urban areas, there were some needs for public relief that grew beyond those means. And sometimes the willingness of local public or private authorities to provide such needs. Okay. So that's when certain things started coming in during the progressive era. Certain social things were happening for people, particularly during around the wars and stuff like that, during the Great Depression and all of these things. And these were things that were intended for white families. They were not intended for Black communities and Black families. Okay. Black families and Black communities started coming up with other ways to handle themselves, and giving back to their own people through the churches, through various programs, especially in the 60s and 70s, where like the Black Panthers came around and they started programs like the WIC program, school breakfast and school lunch, and all these other things that they implemented that the government has now taken over. Okay. And they now kind of target certain communities and certain families with, and this is where a lot of these prejudices and stuff that come up about Black women being welfare queens and this, that's where these things are coming from. They actually wanted to get white people away from the idea of taking on such a social reliefs, and handing those to Black people. But it wasn't because they were like, hey, I'm gonna give you some incentive to kick a Black man out. That's not what was going on. Okay. And it's very important for people to just educate themselves on these kinds of things. All right. But either way, let's get into this conversation because the conversation was great. I thought that it was a very interesting conversation. It was definitely something that 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 I don't think Carrie caught on to, and I still don't think she has caught on to yet. because her healing process hasn't happened, right? She hasn't gone through the process of healing from her past. And so, because of that, it's almost impossible to have a conversation like this with her. Okay. She's got to get healing from what has happened before she can even begin to have an open dialogue with somebody without getting angry and without generalizing and without doing all these things because of things that she has experienced, right? And that's understandable. But at the same time, as an adult, you're responsible for your own mental health. You're responsible for how the trajectory that you choose for your life to go. And if you're choosing to keep blaming everything in the past and every man and black man that you've had in your past, everything on that, then, you're always going to keep running into these walls, right? But it's clear to everyone else that he wasn't really feeling these ways. He was just throwing at you some salacious things that some people listening very well may feel, right? And how are you going to respond to it? Are you going to get angry and are you going to show, your unhealed past, or are you going to be able to have a healthy dialogue about such a conversation, right? Hey, living life, I appreciate you being in the building, and thank you, Slanda. I appreciate that as well. And yes, for war times also. Yes, for social services and so public relief, as they used to call it. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and let's start with this portion of the show. Again, this is going to be made in fair use. Let me find my fair use banner real quick. So we are going to play this in fair use. Also, viewer discretion is advised. Okay, so if you're going to get angry or get upset or anything like that, make sure that you do tune out at this moment because this would be the time to do so. Because we are going to get into it. Hold on. As soon as I find my fair use banner, I think we're going to find my fair use banner. Maybe not. I don't know. I haven't been in here in so long, y'all. I don't know what's what anything anymore. I got so many things in here from like old videos I've done and videos I've done and stuff. I don't know what's what. Okay, here it is. All right, guys. All right, so we are going to be going into this using fair use, which is the copyright disclaimer under the Section 107, this Act of 1976, which is the allowance made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, research, and all that good shit. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this video. All right, because I thought this shit was wild, y'all.
Because like what you just said, I'm like, I'm
Hold on, let me make sure that I'm sharing. Okay. All right. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear it.
asking myself, would I listen to Carrie Ann talking about that? And I'm like, I'm not sure. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Because it's so as to whether or not there would be people who listen to it, there is a section of YouTube called BreadTube. Like there is an audience for like lefty people that want to hear like lefty shit. But if we were talking about collaborating together, we would have to find like a common ground on that. Um, and I do agree that like the audience we have in common wouldn't necessarily want to hear me drone on about that.
So I think right here was a good part where Gates was kind of approaching the conversation with caution and saying like, "Hey, I don't know if I want to hear you dish on, some of these things because I've seen you in the past," right? Like he said that without saying it, like I've seen your reaction to some things in the past around surrounding family conversations, surrounding the black community, surrounding feminism, surrounding politics. Maybe I need to be cautious with this, but let me let you rock out, right? And then here she goes. So let's listen to this a little bit more.
No,
In
hey,
particular.
the space we're in tonight, no, they want drama right now. Right? Right. So what do you do, man? Like talk to us, Slick.
Well, what you mean? As far as
I mean, as far as
you
you're in the space, you're in the sector now. I mean, you're here over here. What do you think
yeah,
about it? Like,
Oh, you know what I can
I'm,
bring to your shit? Okay, wait, I just thought of something, but go ahead, Slick. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say,
Now, I want to share this real quick because I thought that part was kind of crazy because some of the biggest arguments that Gates has made about Carrie and about the women or the quote unquote handmaidens of the sector, right? The women of the sector is that we talk over Carrie, right? When Carrie is trying to make a point or when Carrie is trying to talk to us on a panel, we just all start talking over her and all this other stuff. But do y'all see how Carrie just literally just interjected herself right then and there? She had a thought, and because she had that thought, she's so impulsive that she can't stop herself and just listen to you long enough and then react or respond after she heard you fully, or she's even paying attention at all. She's just kind of in her own world and as if no one else is talking. She literally had a thought and just threw that thought in there because that's what she was thinking. It's like she doesn't have the ability to listen, right? And to take cues, in the conversation so that she knows when to interject at the right time. That's just something I wanted to point out real quick. But let's go ahead.
I like the drama. I like that shit. I think it's entertaining. It can go too far, so you got to be careful. But I like and Carrie, I think you're very funny. I think you're very, but I also think you're dangerous too. But go ahead and tell us what's on your mind.
Now that's the part where he says, you know, I think you're funny, but I think you're dangerous too, right? So again, you can hear the caution in both of these men, right? And there's a reason why they're doing that. I don't know if they would do that with everybody, if they would approach everybody in that conversation. I've listened to a couple of their podcast shows now, and the other women that have interacted on those shows, including Gates' sister, and there's another woman as well, a couple other women as well. I've listened to their interactions. I've seen them interrupt each other, but the conversation it flows. There's no abrasiveness and harshness coming from each other. They're talking as if the conversation is flowing, right? And I haven't seen them have that same caution when they're approaching the other women or the other people that are on that panel. But for some reason, both of them wanted to exercise caution when talking to her, even though they're giving her props. They're exercising caution, right? If that was me, I would have immediately wanted to put them at ease. That's what I would have wanted to do. And I think that most people in their right mind would have wanted to do the same thing. But that's not what Carrie did here. I want y'all to hear how she responds to the caution.
Well, yeah, I can definitely come in with like the feminist slant. Um, like that, I could probably lend that to like the types of conversations you guys have, and I think that like my brand of feminism is more anchored in like history and economics than just the whole men. I'm not like a man basher. Like I think I have a more like robust like feminism that would add to a discussion about relationships and the things that come up in pop culture.
So she just wanted to talk about herself, uplift herself. It's like she was trying to, and I hear her do this often in conversations when she's either on a panel or when she's doing her own show. I hear her often trying to like soothe herself and try to convince herself of these things that she says, when you can clearly see she is a man basher. You can clearly see these are things that she does all the time, but she tries to convince herself that these aren't things that she does, I guess, so when she does do it, she doesn't feel as bad for doing it, right? And these kinds of things. But either way, in this part of the conversation, she didn't even acknowledge the caution, even though we can all clearly hear that caution, right? They're both like, I don't know about this. I don't know. And she's just like, well, yeah, I can do this and I'm that and I can do this and I'm and not, well, I don't want y'all to feel like you have to feel that way, or let me make sure that that I'm here to have a discussion with all of you, and we can bring I'm willing to bring to the conversation whatever's going to add to whatever part of this conversation we're having, right? I don't need to highlight all the great things I think about myself, and ignore your caution. What I need to do is acknowledge your caution and then explain to you that I'm here for the conversation. I'm not here to be controversial. I get that I have been that way, but let me explain why, what my intentions are, right? As opposed to grandiosing myself and making myself like I'm necessary in this conversation. Because it's clear she's not when there's other women that are on the panel already. But let's go ahead and keep going.
Let me ask you this, Carrie, because I like that. But can you handle competition or someone going against you without losing your cool? Could you keep that comedic edge that you have without losing your cool?
Now, the fact that he had to ask her that, right, should say enough to her already. Like, okay, it's obvious that this guy has seen me before. It's obvious that this guy has watched me before. And it's obvious that this guy has seen me lose my cool, right? Enough times to where he needs to give me a pep talk before we even have a discussion at all, before we even get into the meat and potatoes of this conversation, let alone the whole pie on the podcast, right? Before we get over to the cake on the podcast, let's have a appetizer conversation. But before we get into that, let me preference this with this, right? And that's crazy that he felt that he needed to do that and that she didn't even pick up on that cue.
I mean, I don't think I ever lose my cool. I cause other people to lose their cool. Like,
so you come into the conversation lying to yourself already. You never lose your cool in a conversation. You always keep your cool. You make other people lose their cool. But he's about to show you that you a motherfucking liar, child.
people blow up at me. I don't tend to get emotional.
No,
now what I might do sometimes is deliver a low blow, and I think I can refrain from that. But like, I don't get emotional. I hit low sometimes. That's
I saw that. I saw that. What you gonna say, G?
No, and I just want to. I'm like, because I've heard and I've seen Carrie. Right?
Yeah, I don't scream and holler. I'm not the one that gets emotional. I'm the one that will make you get emotional. Yeah,
she's not gonna scream and holler. I'm just not sure she's gonna be able to, if she hears something that she like vehemently disagrees with, like, ooh, that just gets like that eats to her soul.
Exactly, Gates, which is why I don't know why you're saying, and I think you're doing it to, again, proceed with caution with her, try to be amicable, right, without, sounding too harsh, right? But she's not the kind of person you got to do that with. You got to be upfront and blunt with her, okay? You got to tell her straight like it is. You cannot beat around the bush with her and all that stuff. You were saying, I know you're not going to yell, and you do know she's going to yell. Like, what do you mean you don't know? This is the reason why you're approaching her like this, is because you know how quickly she flies off the handle, right? But let's go ahead and continue, because again, she never picked up on that cue.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because when it comes down to and you know this, we all know this, when it comes down to black men and women and the gender wars, there's a bunch of low blowing. You know what I'm saying? But as long as we can refrain from taking it personal.
So again, he set the tone, right? He said, yes, there's a lot of issues going on in the black community. I'm just paraphrasing. There's a lot of issues going on in the black community. These issues can be toxic. These issues can cause feelings, right? Emotions. Are you willing, or are you able to handle such a conversation without blowing up, right? And it makes me think that he has already heard her have conversations like this in the past. And this is the reason why he's approaching her this way. It sounds to me like as if he already had reservations about her being a part of this podcast to begin with his brother behind the scenes. And now in front of the scenes, he's like, he probably told him, all right, I'm going to give it a shot, but I don't know about her, right? And then they're on here and he's kind of telling her that without telling her, right? So he's like, okay, so we're going to have this conversation, but this is how I'm going to approach this. Y'all go ahead and listen to this.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, again, I'm not one to take things personal. I think I'm capable of doing low blows, but I think that I'm fully capable of not doing low blows as well. I don't want to overpromise, but I think it's like Gates
So here's my thing, Carrie. You don't have to overpromise, right? You're either capable of having a conversation like this or you're just not. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one or the other. It's not a I think I can, maybe, I don't know, all this. You know that you blow up every time somebody doesn't agree with you. You know that you go off and fly off the handle every time somebody doesn't, doesn't argue back and forth with you and all this other stuff. You literally do that. Ignoring you is like fucking diabolical. Okay, you go fucking holy ham when somebody ignores you or when somebody just doesn't go along with whatever you want them to go along with. That is how you are. You've always been that way in this sector, and you've been that way for years. Okay, so we're not going to pretend. But what happens is you set yourself up for failure when you lie to yourself, right? And then try to tell us some bullshit as if we don't already know or we haven't already seen your behavior, which is why these men approached you like they did. Okay? Now let's go ahead, pull up a seat because I want you to hear yourself and where you fucked up.
Like if something hits me personally, I'll get all angry. But it's like it's hard for a stranger to hit me personally. Like I've gone off in guys in my sector because I was personally disappointed in them. Um, but as for like if a guy says something like, typical red pill shit, like it doesn't emotionally move me at all. I'm perfectly capable of like calmly dissecting anything like that. So I think I can handle it, but I mean, it's only one way to tell.
Okay. Like I said, because I just know it can get ugly. People in the chat, men will say some slick shit. Women get upset. I'm an instigator, so I'll instigate shit between people. But I never want to, I never wanted to go to a point where, someone loses themselves emotionally to the point where they, it's not comedy. It's not a fun banter. And it starts to get too, what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Too dark. Okay.
Yeah, I think that I think for me, like I'm interested in the actual argument at hand. But if somebody like goes low with me, a lot of times they're surprised that like I can go much lower.
So which I find funny that she would say, again, this gaslighting shit that she does, right? I find it funny that she would say that because most of the time, Carrie Ann, you are the aggressor. Most of the time, like 99% of the time, you are the aggressor, right? And then somebody comes back at you, and that is why they're kicking you and below the belt is because of your bullshit and because of the fuck shit that you've been doing, okay? But again, this is one of those examples of you trying to convince yourself that these things are true, right? So that you can keep up with the conversation for the moment because you can't even see past what's in front of you at the moment. Like literally, you can't see that these men have already seen you in action, and that is why they're talking to you like they are. But go ahead, let's keep going.
So it's like I'm not normally one to like initiate a low blow, but like if somebody starts something like that with me, like I usually win that type of contest. So it'll just be me more trying to like restrain myself. But I'm not one to like I'm more interested in like the actual debate at hand. And like logically dissecting whatever it is we're discussing. But like, yeah, if somebody does try to come at me in some type of way, I will kind of eat them up. Like that will happen probably.
Okay, so again, in this particular conversation, nobody was coming at you, but you took it personal when he talked about black men and black women. I wonder why, Carrie. Well, let's go ahead. Let's keep going. This ain't gonna be long either. We're gonna play this part. I want to play one other part and talk about that, and then we're gonna keep going.
You want to practice your skills right now?
Let's go.
All right, set it up, G. Go ahead. Give us something to argue about.
What you mean?
I want to see what she's made of.
Now you heard him say, Carrie, I want to see what she's made of. He had already preference the conversation with the toxicity that can come from the audience, the things that could be said about the black community, about sensitive topics, and you said you can handle it. You're not the one to throw the low blows. That ain't what you do. People usually do it to you and then you come back at them and all this shit. And so now he's telling you, okay, let's see if you can. Let's see. Let's go.
Come on,
Okay.
give me something
Shit.
for a red pill. Give me a red. Somebody in the chat, give us a red pill argument. I want to see.
Now, you heard him say, can you give us a red pill argument? Okay, so it's clear that whatever he's about to say is not his own thoughts. Okay, they are not his thoughts, Carrie. So you don't have to go live in the middle of the night crying about Slick anymore and his thoughts because they're not his thoughts. Duh, idiot. Let's keep going.
Wait,
No,
I'll
no.
give you some talking points. I'm single. I hit
She
the
will.
wall. Right. I'm 47, no kids, never been married. So that's like a typical,
You said
I don't-
57,
no, 47.
40. Well, I'm not interested in ad hominem or going personally at you. I just want a general argument.
Oh, well, that's what the whole red pill thing is. Yeah, go ahead though. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No. I'm just saying that's usually what triggers women. So I can even play devil's
Yeah,
advocate.
exactly. Right. So
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me something that's wrong with men right now, and then you can.
something that's wrong with men. Well, a fight I've been picking with my community is that it seems like Black people don't seem to think that marriage is necessary to have children.
What is
It's
it?
like, huh?
Is it?
Well, I mean, the statistics on child abuse say that a child is much less likely to get abused when the parents are
Abuse?
married.
Like, come on.
Now, as a college educated master's degree holder, my bad. Bachelor's degree holder, right? I'm trying to understand what statistics she's looking at, where she's saying that more children are not abused if they're living in a house with two married parents, right? Whereas nowadays, you know, people are divorcing because of abuse, because of behavior of the other parent. They're moving and leaving the other parent. Sometimes it's a very dangerous situation to leave that other parent, right? But they're doing it. And this is happening across the board. It's not just the Black community again. But where are these statistics of, of all these things, you know, and it makes me wonder if she actually took education courses on statistical courses, right? On statistics and how you can't just believe everything, because it's in a statistic, right? I just wonder about that. But either way, let's go ahead and keep going because I was just a little irritated by that. But let's keep going.
That's not a big thing, is it?
Right, exactly.
Like we just talked about, how the times have changed and how, the idea of marriage is not the same that it used to be. And so did these statistics come from the 60s? Did these statistics come from the 50s? Like where did these statistics come from that, the parents should be married, in order for children to not be abused, right? What if the other parent died, you know what I mean, or something like that, or yeah, it's like so many other things that could be happening, for a child to be getting abused. I'm not sure, if a parents being married is going to avoid that, right? Is what I'm not understanding.
You know what I'm saying? Child abuse, though. That's
I
the
love
only
my
reason why you
child,
should be
right?
married. Yeah. Now,
Matter of fact, let me stop and read what you're saying, Raw, because I was really taken back by that. I didn't quite understand that right there. You said she wants the debate to be about her. Okay, let's go. Her and her father, right? Her and the man, her and the men of her family. Okay, how about that? You said she wants to matter anywhere. Okay, you said marriage is still an option. Security boss. Okay, just saying. You said children in single parent families face roughly 2 to 3 times the risk of maltreatment compared to two biological parent married homes. Most of these beliefs come from a religious context. The Pew Research Center says that most Black people are changing their view of marriage and belief. Okay, to be fair. So this is coming from a religious context, not an actual scientifical statistical context. This is more of a religious context coming from the church, where they're believing that marriage is what's going to keep the family intact and what's going to keep the children protected, when in actuality it could be the very opposite of that, right? If you've married someone and they developed an alcohol or a drug problem over the years, right? Is it now still plausible for this person, this parent, to be around the children? Or should you now remove the children from this situation, right? Um, some churches don't believe in divorce, such as the Mormon Church, right? They very highly look down upon divorce. The Jehovah's Witnesses look highly down upon divorce, even though they might not say it. They might allow you to divorce, but they have problems with it, and they speak on it. And so people, they're more susceptible to staying married in situations like that because of their religious beliefs and so forth and so on. So, okay, I can see that. You said, "Hey, Mad Church Disease, I appreciate you being in the building. Shout out to you." You said, "Children living with married." Hold on, let me highlight this. Children living with married biological parents had the lowest maltreatment rates, around 6.8% per thousand harm standard maltreatment. Okay, and this was coming from that religious context that you were talking about. That's interesting to know. And Queen Deal speaks, you're saying hey and hey to chaos. Okay, you said which is scary. You said hey Queen. You said Maz in chat. You said men and women that get married just because of pregnancy are the ones that usually are in abusive relationships. Exactly. Like these are things we got to think about too, right? Like people get married and especially back in the day, women were getting married because they got pregnant, right? Without knowing the person, without knowing that this man is abusive and that he has a past, and there was no social media and and all this other stuff. So they didn't find out that he was beating on women until they got in the house with him, and they got pregnant by him, right? And these kinds of things. They stayed with him because they couldn't afford not to, and these kinds of things. So, yeah, I think there's a very different viewpoint on marriage now, especially outside of the context of the church. And I can see where that context comes from when it comes to the church. But for somebody that's an atheist, I don't know why they would come to that conclusion. You said, hey, chat lives. You said the religious comment was from Mad Church Disease. The stats are from Mind Chaos. I think you combine their comments. Okay, it doesn't matter. Either way, I'm still saying the same thing. But shout out to both of y'all. I appreciate both of y'all for being in the building. And shout out to you for only dropping down to correct me, as you always do. Shout out to you. Anyway, so let's go ahead and keep going in the rest of this because I definitely want to hear some more things that she was saying. And then I'm going to get into another part of this video that I thought was wild.
I agree with you on that. So you're gonna have to come with something else. I do think that we need more full families in the Black community, especially.
Yeah.
So you can't get an argument from me there. But give me
Well,
some
I think there's a
feminine.
general lack of accountability in the Black community. I think people play the victim. I think, especially when it comes to the behavior of Black men, like there's a lot of blaming slavery, blaming the white man, blaming everything but
Yeah.
like improving our behavior. I don't know. I'm just giving you some things.
Well, let me tell you.
Well, before we get into that, I actually heard her talk about this a little bit last night, where she was talking about the things that plague the Black community and how slavery played a part in a lot of these things. How we've been kind of systemically put into a lot of these things that we've experienced. So you can acknowledge that, but then you turn around and blame Black men for not being able to get themselves out of it. You know what I mean? Like which one? You can't have both, right? You can't say, well, this is what happened and why Black men are in the condition that they're in, but then turn around and blame Black men for being in the condition that they're in, right? Like which one? You got to choose one. You got to pick a battle with this, right? If you're going to blame Black men for why the Black community and Black families are in the position that we're in, then you can't then turn around and say, well, slavery is the reason why this happened, or slavery is why this happened, because most of us who do believe why that slavery has to do with why Black people are in and the Black community is in the condition that it's in now. most of us who do believe that, we also don't turn around and blame black men and expect black men to rescue us from a situation that they never put us in to begin with, right? A situation that they had no control over, just like we had no control over or anything, and how we can together as a community work together to figure out how we're going to get out of this situation. I think that's more conducive than to turning around and just pointing fingers at black men because you mad at your father. Now let's go ahead and keep going.
Let me tell you this. It's the women's fault. Like everything
Fact.
that's fucked up in the black community, this your fault. It is though. It is though. You're gonna have a hard time arguing that it ain't.
Well, it's to me, it's shocking how easily people argue that it is, and even the women. You know what I mean? It's just
Well,
like
because you know it is, right? Because you guys are horrible dick pickers. You guys are horrible. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, men, we can only do what you allow us to do. If every woman decided right now we ain't giving up no pussy to any motherfucker who don't have a college degree, everybody's gonna be in college the next day.
right. But also,
You
if men decided to get college degrees, everybody will have a college degree, and men also can't do anything that men don't
Good
allow
point.
themselves to do.
Good point.
Now, I think that he made a very good point in what he said here, right? That to a certain degree, as long as this man is not R-wording you, right, or forcing himself upon you in some way, you do have a responsibility to make a decision about who you decide to have children with. Okay? You do not, nobody in this, at least in the United States, there's not a single person that can force you to have their child. Okay? Even down to these laws that they've passed with the abortion laws and stuff like that, it actually made it easier in some states to get an abortion after they started doing that. So, here's my thing. I'm not sure if I want to just, well, let's just finish listening to this real quick and then we're going to get into that.
But if we could get pussy without doing any of that, why would we?
Because aren't you supposed to be the leaders?
No, all of us are supposed to be the leaders, especially as the feminist, right? The person who has that independent thought process, the person who's like, I make my own decisions, I'm in charge of my own body. This person would be the one that says, I am the one who will make the decision about that. If I decide to lay down with a fuck nigga and I got pregnant by him, I'm going to make the decision of whether or not I'm going to allow this man to remain in my life, right? Now, religiously, you might think a different way. You might not say, well, I might not want to have this abortion because religiously I don't believe in this. Well, you had no problem opening your legs to this man, but that's, religiously, that wasn't a problem, right? But it's a religious issue when it comes down to abortion. It's still a choice of the woman, okay? Whether or not she's going to have this man's child, okay? Whether or not she's going to be involved with this man for the rest of her life, at least 18 years of her life with her child, right? It makes it's kind of hard to argue that point that he said. Even if it came off like a red pillar would say it, he's still right. You do have total autonomy over whether or not you're going to have that kid. If that man wants you to have his kid and you don't want to, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to have it. And there ain't a damn thing he can do about it. There's not a judge he can go to. There's not a court he can go to force you to have that baby or not. You're choosing to. That's a harsh reality that some women don't like to face, but it's a fact. Let's go ahead and keep going. Let me see what y'all comments are. Let me see what y'all comments are. I don't want to miss what y'all saying. I heard you, Mad Church Disease. You said, "Say what now? Black people need to stop blaming each other." Okay, let me listen. Okay, you said, "Ooh," you said, "Black Lounge." Keeper, I appreciate you being in the building. You said all this men and women blaming each other for stuff doesn't make sense to me. Why not look at ourselves, then look at each other? Exactly. And we're all leaders, right? Like especially when it comes to the woman's body. You have autonomy over your body and nobody else can make you do anything, at least not to that level. He said, exactly, not here in this country. You said the dangers of red pill. Yeah. Yeah. And the dangers of only thinking that only men that men only think like red pillars. That's a danger too, you know. But anyway, all right. So let's go ahead and keep going, y'all.
Yes, we are. Who's
So why
raising
would your
these?
behavior be dependent upon? Yeah, none of this is going to trigger me. I see what you're trying to do, but yeah, this.
No, no, no,
Yeah,
no.
you
I'm
see
just
what I mean?
saying.
Like I don't. Yeah.
But let me say this: you obviously were triggered because he wasn't trying to trigger you. He had told you before the conversation started that he was going to come for you in this way because he wanted to see how you would react. And the first thing is, oh, nobody, you're not going to trigger me because that's how you were feeling. Sometimes you tell on yourself, girl, you were feeling triggered already. Okay. And at that moment is when you should have backed out of the conversation because that, you can't handle conversations like this. You're not ready for conversations like this. So that is the moment you should have stopped grandstanding and you should have backed out of the conversation because it's clear that you were starting to get triggered because you said it. Nobody was trying to purposely do it. You said it and you were feeling that way. That's why. Let's go ahead and keep going.
No, 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 no. I'm not trying to trigger you. I'm trying to see what you made of. I want you to destroy my argument. Who's
Okay.
raising these bum ass niggas that you guys keep complaining about right now? For the last
The women
4
and the
years,
fathers who
50 years.
abandon them. Yeah, I think that's the problem is that the fathers are absent. So
But, yeah,
yeah.
but listen.
So she's saying that the only reason that, there's bad black men in the community is because their fathers were absent, right? Now, with a white man, if he's acting terribly, he could have a two-parent household. There's some other external reason, I'm sure. But if a black man is acting out and behaving a certain way, it's because he doesn't come from a two-parent household or because his father abandoned him. That is the first thing you think about black men and their behavior.
Listen, and this is just true. Half the time when a woman, I see a black woman complaining about the nigga who left her, I could take one look at his social media and say, you could tell this nigga was going to leave you. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I know there's plenty of brothers out here that ain't going nowhere. There's plenty.
Now, I want to say this just to preference this for what he was saying, right? Now, most of us in our, at our age, we don't we don't generally think of the women that are older or women that we look up to, that we could, if they had issues with their man or issues with their husband, we're not looking at their social media to see that. That's usually something you see from a younger generation, right? Somebody younger than us, or maybe there's some people that are our age that are still on social media telling all their business, but most people our age aren't doing that. And people older than us aren't doing that either. So this is usually pertaining to somebody much younger than us who has less experience than we do. Okay. So let's go ahead and keep going. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Plenty of
But
brothers,
why
but
would
you
that
don't
only
want
be
those.
the concern of the woman? Why wouldn't the father also look at the mother's social media? Again, aren't men supposed to be the logical thinkers and the planners and the leaders? So if you're telling me that you want a matriarchy, we can start planning on that together. If you're
We already
suggesting that
have a
men are led by
matriarch.
women, we can start working on that. But if you want the title of leader and patriarchy, then it's kind of odd that you're blaming all the decisions being made on us weak, feeble little women.
But what is weak and feeble about a feminist who believes in her own independence and her own power and her own autonomy over her own body? Because this is what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the leadership of your own body, okay? Where if you lay down with a man and you have sex with him and you get pregnant by him, the ability to have that baby or to not have that baby, that power lies solely in your hands. That decision lies solely in you. Even if he says he wants to have the baby, you still could say no. You could still make an appointment without his permission. You could still go have that pill without his permission. You could still go get that abortion without his permission. The only thing that you wouldn't be able to do is if you had the baby and then decided to give the baby up for adoption. Now he could step in and say, I want to be the father. I want to raise that kid, right? But as long as that baby is within your womb, you have all autonomy over that. Now, there comes a point where it becomes illegal to have an abortion because you're too far along and because centennial life has started with this child, right? So Now, that's a different story. But before that time frame, which I believe it's up to like 10 weeks or 8 weeks or something like that, or 10, maybe 12 weeks or something. I'm not 100% sure when you can get the final abortion, or how far along you can be to get an abortion. But at some point, you have full control over whether you want to have that baby or whether you don't. Okay. So you can't turn around and see that this guy is the kind of guy he is, have his baby and expect him to change, and then be mad later on because he didn't change, because he wasn't there. He told you he wasn't going to be there and all this other stuff. This is what this man is saying. But you being caught up in your own history and your own pain, you can't even hear it.
Well, because the women are the choosers of which bloodlines get to carry on. Look, guys like me, I don't understand how bum ass niggas keep getting their bloodline continued. I'm who gave this nigga pussy, right? But it's just y'all choosing. Whereas I meet a lot of cool brothers, but you guys might find them square, nerds, or what have you. But these bum niggas be having 6, 7, 8, 9 kids.
Well, I've heard a lot of Black women say the same thing, that they're good quality women, but men are telling them they don't have big booties and they don't have the look, that they're too fat. Or why are you looking for all these baddies when it's all these nice church girls who aren't aesthetically pleasing? Why don't you guys choose these good women?
Well, because aesthetically pleasing and non-pleasing, that's another choice of the woman. You don't have to be aesthetically unpleasing. Why are you choosing that for yourself?
So you're suggesting that everybody could be above average in looks?
Well, I mean that's subjective, of course, right? But what I'm saying is, like you said, overweight or whatever. That's controllable. It's not easy, but it's controllable.
Okay, but what about not everybody? There are skinny women who are church girls, but men want women with big booties. They want women with symmetrical faces. So why aren't men? Why aren't these men?
Hold on. That's not true, right? Listen, a woman can leave the house dressed like Gandalf, and a nigga still gonna try to fuck her.
Now that's a fact. And I've actually had that conversation with Carrie before, right? Where women can leave the house with the bummiest clothes on, the scarf on your head, and all types of shit, and niggas is still gonna try to holler at you, okay? It don't matter what your hair looks like. It don't matter what clothes you got on. None of that. They are still going to holler. So this whole idea that all men only want women that wear weaves and only want women with big booties, and all men, this is why you single, right? Like literally, this is part of why you single, because you think you have men so figured out, and instead of listening to an actual man tell you how he feels and tell you from the perspective of a man, you'd rather tell him how he feels. And that's why you fail every fucking time. But let's go ahead and keep going. Let's listen to this crazy shit.
Okay. It's not about that. Women, you guys.
Oh, the goal is getting fucked.
Hold on.
Nobody told y'all
He's actually cut me off, but that's fine. I allowed him to do that, so that's fine.
I did cut her off, but I have to make this point before you go too long.
It's fine. I'm not overly sensitive to being cut off. Go ahead.
No, but check it out. No, women, you guys do shit that you swear you're doing it. That's what men want. No, not. Nobody told y'all to put them big ass crow wing eyelashes on. Nobody told y'all to do, what I'm saying, like that big crazy ass. Like what a rappers might like that, but the average brother, we ain't trying to do any of that. You know what I'm saying?
You're suggesting that men don't find these things attractive?
Not necessarily. No. Like me, I will not date a woman with the weave. I just won't.
Okay, but you're one man. Are you suggesting that women are going out and getting these enhancements because men don't find them attractive?
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, because and this I know it, because a lot of the times when women are dressed up or done up and a guy tries to holler at them and then she cusses him out and he's like, well, you look very nice. Yeah, I do this for me. I don't do this for men. And it's like, okay, so you're doing it for you. Are you doing it for you or are you doing it for me?
And I think that was a good point, because most women do beautify themselves not for a man, right? There's a lot of women who are gay, right? who aren't even attracted to men, and they still wear weaves and makeup and heels and all that stuff, and they beautify themselves because they think they're beautiful. They beautify themselves because they feel good about themselves, right? It has nothing to do with doing it for a man. So maybe you were doing that, or maybe that's what you do, Carrie, right? And that's the reason why you're single, is because you've been spending so much time trying to appease men based off of what you think they want, or based off of what you think they need, instead of listening to them tell you what they want or need. Okay? Because this man is literally telling you, these are not things that appease me. And you're like, oh, that's just you. What are other men? What are all the other men? All the other men probably feel the way he does. It's just the niggas that you be fucking with, these young niggas, okay, who aren't interested in a marriage with you, who aren't interested in a relationship with you. They just want to sleep with you, right? Those men is why you feel this way. Like, because you think that this is what men want, right? And if you, because you didn't give them this and you didn't give them that, you felt like you just had to do this in order for them to want you. And because you wouldn't do that, that's the reason they don't want you. No, they don't want you because you crazy. Okay? It ain't got nothing to do with a weave you not wearing. It ain't got nothing to do with your ass. It ain't got nothing to do with your pussy. It's you're crazy. Okay? You're just crazy. Now let's go ahead and keep going.
I'm saying,
I mean,
and
are you
so,
giving me anecdotes right now, or are we talking? What are we doing?
no. I'm just saying. I'm
So
trying
you're
to
talking
address.
that you believe that in general, when women beautify themselves, men find them less attractive and they get less attention from men.
No.
Is this what you're saying?
No, and I understand where you would have gleaned that, but that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
What
Could you
I'm
clarify
saying,
your argument? Yeah.
yes, I'm going to clarify it right now. Okay. Okay. So what I'm saying is that, and I know a lot of brothers, and there's a lot of brothers just like me. We don't require the BBL. We don't require the hair and the big, long, stupid nails and the eyelashes. We don't require these things. That little fake hair that y'all glue on the side of your forehead for whatever reason. We don't need that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we like girls with their natural hair, with their natural. You're not expecting you to be, some Olympian bodied woman. We know that takes a lot of work. We don't mind a little pooch, a little cellulite. We don't care about that stuff. We just want a good woman. You know what I'm saying? We want a good woman who's not going to betray us. A woman who's going to be an asset to whatever it is we're having going on, so we can become partners. Mm-hmm. That's what's lacking in the black community.
So she didn't even take the time to even consider what he just said, because what he said was so constructive, right? What he said after the red pill conversation and the red pill talking points, this is where they could have actually built a conversation, right? Where they could have said, okay, I hear you. So let's go here with this, and why I thought that about men, right? Or what I thought why men want this is because this is what I'm seeing in these videos. This is what I'm seeing here. This is what I'm hearing in parts of the manosphere I've been to. This is, this is where the conversation could have became very healthy, and both of them could have walked away from the conversation very fulfilled. But because Carrie Ann does not have the ability to listen before she talks, or to hear you out before she responds, or while you're talking, she's thinking of her response instead of just listening, this is where she fucked up. Let's go ahead.
True. If that's true. Okay, so I again asked you to clarify if you were given anecdotes, and then you tell me what you and your friends want. So I'm not clear on whether or not you're speaking for a small percentage of men, you and your friends, men in general. I thought you were going to clarify your argument. I'm not sure how much clarity I got when you spoke about what you and your friends want, but I'm just going to assume that's the best you can do for now and move on. Are you...
Now keep in mind, y'all, because I can rewind it. I know that y'all can go back and listen. He never said anything about him and his friends. He was telling you his perspective. As a grown-ass man, he didn't need the crowd to assist him with how he felt about women. He was telling you how he felt about black women, what he's interested in black women, what things interest him, and not his friends, but you Not being able to see past your black and white thinking, you couldn't even hear that part. You just went right for the jugular. Oh, because you and your friends do this, and you and your friends, and you and your friends. Oh, because you and your friends feel this way. Well, he never said anything about his friends. He was telling you how he felt. And you could not come off of your high horse long enough. The woman who claims she know everything about niggas, right? Long enough to hear an actual man tell you his desires, tell you his feelings. No, you came up with what he felt already, and his friends too. And he never even mentioned his friends. He didn't even mention his brother. He talked about him. Let's keep going. This shit is nuts.
Suggesting that men want to find women who are partners, who are more natural, and that they simply can't find them. And that's why they're having babies with all these unfit women who are not worthy of marriage. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, no, no. Okay, let me clarify that point. So you're talking about niggas. I'm talking about black men.
No, I said
Okay,
men. I'm encompassing all
I
men.
know.
I know you want to delineate. I
No,
feel
no,
like
no,
this
no.
is getting more difficult. Now, let me speak for a minute because you've spoken. Let me make myself clear.
Right on,
Okay.
right on.
Because all of this wanting to, now it's niggas, now it's men, and now it's me and my friends. I would like to speak in general terms, right?
Okay.
Because you were very comfortable speaking in general terms about women choosing men that they could go on their social media and they wouldn't stay around. You didn't have to single it down to me and my friend or bitches or any type of, just women in general. So men in general.
No, Carrie. He mentioned that again because he said he was going to bring up some red pill talking points in order to see how you would handle the situation. Okay? Not because he feels that way. He wanted to see how you would react to somebody saying that to you. Okay? That's one part. And then in this other part, let's just hear how you respond to him because you completely missed his point. You completely missed it.
General are more attracted to women who have curves than women who don't.
Now, you just spoke again about generally speaking about men. He gave you an example of himself. Okay? In the first part where he gave you the example of the red pill thing, right? About, women and, women making their decisions and stuff like that. He was talking to you to see how you would react. But then once he got in with you and y'all had a rapport going on, he was able to become personal with you and tell you about his own personal thoughts, his own personal feelings. You, ma'am, like you always do, you dismissed his personal thoughts and dismissed his personal feelings, and you injected your own thoughts and feelings into what he's saying. You are trying to tell him how he feels because this is how you feel about men in general, right? See, men can't be separate. They can't be their own personal self. They all have to be the same exact way. As you're saying, men in general love big booties. Men in general love long hair. Men in general, like, oh, how do you know what men in general are when a man in general won't even come within 10 feet of your shit? Okay, like let's talk. Let's be real. Okay, like what are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
Black men in general prefer a certain aesthetic. And
Once a man gets to know you, they don't want nothing to do with you. Nothing. So how do you know what men in general prefer? Okay? I mean, you can't even get past the mental health part of your relationship with a man. So you don't know what he prefers because he runs for the hills after he finds out how you are.
that certain aesthetic
Weave or not.
tends to include things like long hair, right? Whether it's weave or not, most Black men like the look of long hair. Not all, but most. They like the look of big titties. They like big asses.
But where are you getting these ideas from? How do you know what men want in general if you don't know? What's up, P? I appreciate you being in the building. You said, I do like big. And that's you, right? But do you see how you said how you feel and what you like? You didn't say men like this and all men or in general, this is what men like. And you wouldn't say in general, especially you wouldn't say what women like because you don't know in general what women like. You have to talk to these women because all women have different needs and different flavors and different emotions and different feelings, right? So you can't speak for all women or 99% of women when it comes to what women like in men because there's very different things, right? For instance, Carrie likes short niggas. I can't stand short niggas. That's just not happening for me. You gotta be taller than me to ride this ride, okay? So, but for her, she like niggas that's shorter than her that she can look down at and all that stuff. That's not for me, okay? So, in general, you can't say that women like this type of man because various things are, for various people. That's just all I'm saying, right? You said she's all about control, so she can't control a man's desires. Exactly. Like what is really going on here? You're trying to tell this man how he feels. Fucking ridiculous. Exactly, P. You said this is like leading a camel to water and it doesn't drink. C has been given so many hints to diversify the conversation. So y'all seeing what I'm seeing here, right? I'm definitely seeing where this man is trying to give her room to expand her horizons and how she's thinking, how she's talking, what she's discussing, because that is what a podcast is supposed to do. When you're having the podcast, you're supposed to expand on the conversation, be able to go past your own thoughts, be able to listen to the other people talking and respond to them after you've heard them so that you can give an educated response, right? These are the kinds of things that he was looking for, and she was not picking up the cues. She was not picking up the cues. You said, yep, that's why she likes short men. Okay. Okay. I'm just saying, because I don't know. Maybe they'll let her talk to them like that. I don't know. Maybe.
And so to suggest that women are going out and trying to achieve that aesthetic for no reason whatsoever, not because men prefer it, because you and your friends don't mind. Like, women are pursuing that ideal because men find that ideal attractive.
No, women are pursuing the ideal of weaves and butt jobs. Some women probably do, right? Some women with low self-esteem issues or daddy issues or issues with their appearance and stuff. They might be doing some of those things for a man, right? But oftentimes women are doing these things and these enhancements for themselves, right? Because they want to feel better about themselves. And there really is nothing wrong with that. And it may not have anything to do with a man at all, right? Nothing at all to do with a man. I'm not saying that women don't, but I don't think that's the general reason why women get their hair done or the general reason why women wash their pussy 7 days a week, Carrie Ann, right? I don't think that's the reason why, generally speaking, women, get their nails and their toes done and stuff like that for a man. I think they're doing it because they care about themselves, right? And this is their way of caring for themselves. Just because you don't go and get your hair done and your nails done on a regular basis, and you think every woman should be sitting around depressed, crying in a bottle of lithium, right, while they're not getting their hair done and not doing anything for themselves. And the only way that they would ever do it is if a man came around, and that is the only reason they're going to get in the tub, or the only reason that they're going to get their hair done or their nails done. I mean, this is your way of thinking now. This is how you think, not generally what women are doing. Okay, this is generally what you're doing. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and stick to you. Okay, we're gonna put your demons on your table, and you're gonna leave that shit from over here. Okay, because I get my hair done because I like to get my hair done. I get my nails, my toes done because I like to get my nails and my toes done. It ain't got nothing to do with this nigga I'm fucking with at all. Okay, at all. Matter of fact, he don't give a fuck what the fuck is going on with me. Okay, he don't care. As long as I got something to eat for his ass, as long as I get a little, and he all that, then that's all that matters. Okay, all this other shit about getting my toes and my hair and all this, honey. Listen, okay, none of that matters to him. Okay, but and it don't matter to me that it don't matter to him. I'm not doing it for him. Okay, so that's where you fucked up. Is you out here getting your hair done for a nigga. You only get in the tub when a nigga say he coming over. Like, okay, that's the problem, sweetheart. Yeah, that's the problem. but majority of women are not doing what you're doing. That's you. That's you. You might need to get that lithium corrected. Okay.
So to sit back here and blame that for the lack of marriage and that women are choosing wrong, like at some point, can we get to the accountability of men? Like, are men out here really looking for wives and they can't find them? Or are they chasing women who are they not necessarily looking for wives? Because that's what I would like you to clarify. Are men seeking wives?
Okay. All right. So first of all, never my friends. You keep saying me and my friends. I never said that.
You did. You said me and my friends don't like that type of woman. You did.
I didn't.
He never said that. She literally hears stuff that nobody else hears. Like, I did not hear him say that. Put a 1 in the chat. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make a poll for this, Triggs. But put a 1 in the chat, okay? If y'all heard him say him and his friends, I didn't hear that shit. I heard him say him. He was definitely referring to his thoughts, his feelings. She added him and his friends to it. But y'all go ahead, and we're gonna go ahead and listen to this.
I didn't say. I said black men like me. I said there's plenty of black men like me. I didn't say my
you
friends.
You literally said my friends, but it's fine. Go on.
Okay, maybe I did. I don't know. But let me start here. Let me clarify something. Okay, we're not a monolith. We know that. Not all black men are one way. Okay,
right.
There's 2 main classes of black men. There's black men and then there's niggas. Okay, and you know what I'm talking about. Just like there's black women and there's hood rats. These are 2 distinctive groups within the race. No,
I don't agree with that, but I'll listen to your argument. I just want to be clear. I take objection to that, and I would.
But you know what? She does agree with that because she's actually said that before, right? That there's different types of men, right? That there's men that aren't so good for the community, and then there's men, who there's men that aren't so great for the community, right? And then there's men who are like niggas, right? Like they run around not doing shit for the community. And then there's good men who are there for their wives and there for their kids and there for their baby mamas and all this other stuff. So she knows the very large distinction between what he's talking about, right? I know she wants to be antagonist and she likes to do that and just for the sake of arguing. But at the end of the day, she know exactly what he's talking about. Just like there's a big difference in a hood rat chick and a real woman, right? A huge difference. Like we're not going to pretend that there's some differences here. No, ma'am. There's no differences here. No, ma'am. You know what he's saying. Please stop it.
Also,
Hello, Carrie. We cannot object like that, Carrie. Come on now.
I mean, he's stating it like it's a fact. Okay, I allowed him to interject. I can't interject. I'm not going to.
No, because you're always interjecting and always cutting somebody off. And then when somebody cuts you off, it's like the end of the world. We get sick of hearing you yapping.
His whole speech.
Come on, Carrie Ann.
I didn't want to interject.
Okay, Dave.
Okay, I'm trying. I just wanted to clarify the way we should because a lot of the things there's certain and you know what I'm talking about, and you can argue
right, and I find that objectionable. But go on.
Okay, and I'm going to allow you to speak, but just okay. I'm going to allow you go ahead and object against. Make an argument against the fact that there are black people and then there's black men and niggas, hood rats and black women.
Well, I mean, my first and most obvious objection would be that you didn't delineate that way when you spoke about black women who are single mothers. You just said women can go on the social media and yada, yada, yada. But when it comes to black men, now all of a sudden we got all these different categories to absolve you and the men you identify with. So I think that's problematic right there.
Okay, stop right there. Now let me clarify that. Okay, again, now from the jump of my argument, I said that brothers like me don't understand how these niggas keep getting pussy. That's y'all's choices. Okay, hood rat or otherwise. Okay, that is the choice of the woman. The man can only offer dick. You have to receive it. You have to sign for it. Unless he's a rapist, you are choosing. And then there comes a time when, because a lot of women, you just might be attracted to a dude. He might have a record or something.
Hey, Pills. Appreciate you being in the building.
Maybe he's been locked down, so he got a good physique. You just want to fuck him. That's cool. But there came a day when you knew that you were pregnant. Okay. After that point, the man has none, zero. My body, my choice. So if a baby is the result, it is always the woman's fault, 100% of the time, whether you're a hood rat or a black woman. So I'll stop there.
How?
Because if I tell you, if I fuck you and I tell you, Ariane, I don't want to be a daddy. I'm not going to take care of this kid. I'm a bum ass nigga. You still get to be the only one to make the choice. I'm having a kid. I have no say.
Why are you assuming that that's what these men say?
Why is she acting like she doesn't understand what he's saying? Okay? Regardless of what any man says, Carrie Ann, okay? Regardless of what any nigga says, you still have the choice unless he R-worded you, or unless he R-worded you and you don't have the ability, like the money or the resources or anything, to go and decide what you're going to do in that situation. Unless it's an extreme situation like that, the bottom line is, number one, you as a woman does not have to open her legs to this bum ass nigga. Number two, if you do decide to go ahead and open your legs to this bum ass nigga, you do not have to have his child. That's just it. As long as you live here in the US and you do not want to have his baby, you do not have to. And there's not a thing he could do to force you to. That is what he's saying. Why are you acting like this is going over your head?
I'm not saying that's what they say. What I'm saying
but
is,
you say that it's her choice because he said that he didn't want a baby. Men baby trap women all the time, and it's not just guys who are like felons or whatever. Middle class men with careers baby trap women all the time.
What I'm saying is that if there's an unwanted pregnancy.
So wait a minute. She's speaking of two different situations. She's saying men baby trap women all the time. Let's pick up what she just said. Because her whole argument right here with this man is the fact that niggas don't take care of their kids. You know, black men in general do not care for their families. They are not able to run the community. They're not able, most black men are not able to support a family properly and care for a family properly. This is what she's saying. But then she turns around in a forked tongue and says, well, men baby trap women all the time. Yeah, men with careers and men with money and men that can and have the ability to take care of their families and shit like that. So which one is it, Carrie? Are you talking, do men, are they baby trapping women while they have all these wonderful careers and have the ability to care for them and their kids? Or are they just running around here fucking bitches and leaving them, like you're saying? Like, which one is it? You need to choose again. Like, you be in battles and be fighting on both sides of the fucking field. Like, this shit is wild. I ain't never seen somebody in a war, right? Like, if you in the war and say the U.S. go against Russia or some crazy shit, and we in this war with these motherfuckers, okay? And somebody in the U.S. just keep going back and forth between the U.S. and you killing Russians, and then you go over here and you start killing Americans. Like, you don't know what the fuck you want to do when you be in these battlefields, girl. I need you to choose a side. I need you to choose a color, choose a side, figure this shit out. Baby, what is going on with you, Carrie? Because I don't be understanding. Okay, I'm gonna give you a round of applause for that. Okay, my heart is beating fast. Okay, like, what is going on, child? I'm gonna need you to pick a fucking side. I'm gonna need you to choose a battle. Okay, like, you literally are arguing two different points in one conversation. I'm gonna need you to stop doing that. I'm gonna need you to focus. Focus.
By either party, whether he doesn't want it or she doesn't want it, she's the only one who has control on whether that baby is born or not. Am I wrong?
Okay, are you not aware that there are men who love bomb women to get them to have their children on purpose? Are you not aware of that?
Yeah, but it's up to her.
So how would the woman know that these men do want these children? They just don't want to marry these women. So you're saying that, like, these men are saying that they don't want these children when they do. They just don't want to be husbands.
Is the man taking care of the child?
I'm in my element, and Beautiful is down in the chat hating on me. So we're both on our element. We're both in our element. Go ahead.
Carrie, what, what, Carrie, what did Beautiful have to do with this conversation? Again, another fail, right? Because you're having a discussion with the people on the panel, okay? And all she said was you're in your element. Why did you get offended by that? Why did you get offended by somebody saying you're in your element, Carrie?
What?
Okay. Well, let me ask you. I don't know what's happening there. But I forgot the damn question I just asked you.
Is the man something?
No, okay. Oh yeah. Is the man taking care of his child? Okay. In your scenario that you just mentioned, because you said there's a lot of guys who love bomb women and whatnot. Does that guy take care of it? Does that guy
That's
usually
not the
take care
discussion
of
we were
child?
having? We were having a discussion about marriage. Do you remember?
But see, here's the thing. Okay, and you're right. We did start.
So if
there.
we're lowering the bar to taking care of the child, we're having a whole different discussion. We were having a discussion about marriage.
Well, we understand that marriage is.
Well, it was okay when she said, and she switched topics and said that women are being baby trapped by rich men every day, right? But then at the same time, black men, who are baby trapping, they rich, but all the other black men, well, 99% of them, they all can't take care of their kids, and none of them are helping their kids, and girl.
Very low in the black community. Okay.
That's kind of why we were having the conversation, and whether or not black people even recognize that marriage is necessary. So when you lower the bar all the way down to quote unquote taking care of his child, it kind of derails the entire conversation, because my argument, and you said you agree with it, was that children should be born into marriages, and this idea that so many black men have, and black women, that this idea, because I know her, because she's a fucking hater, that's why. But this idea that so many black people have, that
she literally said you're in your element. You're in your element. If somebody told me, drop down in the chat right now and was like, T per, you in your element, I'm not gonna be like, well, fuck you, bitch, and all the black men in the community ain't shit, and you know what, suck my dick. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm gonna be like, thank you. I'm actually gonna be feeling, I would feel complimented by that, right? Like, if I'm, confident in what I'm doing, I'm not sure why I would be offended if somebody said I'm in my element with what I'm doing. But you, because you hear and see everything different than everybody else, right, is why you get so distracted and you get so offended when somebody is literally complimenting you. You can't even take a compliment. And I know you'll say something like, I don't take compliments well. We know that because you don't think highly of yourself. That's why you don't take compliments well. Not because you just don't like it and you think it's just superficial and all this other shit. It's because you don't believe it about yourself. It's because you think they are lying to you. It's because you think they are bullshitting you. That's why you can't take compliments. And you get offended when somebody gives you one. Idiot.
Can take care of a child successfully from not being in the home is what I suggest is the problem. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and you're good with that, and I don't disagree with you.
That's the problem. Where did we get this idea? Right? Where did we get this weird ass idea?
Sometimes marriage isn't possible. Sometimes, because listen, we, I know I know that we're supposed to get married when we're in our early 20s and start a family and all that shit. But you're not done growing at that point. People change. This is why we applaud people that are able to make it work for numbers of years, right?
Other
But in
communities seem to be able to do it pretty successfully. And I want to say I agree with you that sometimes marriage isn't possible. I'm not some nut. I'm not a fucking Mormon.
No, you really are a nut. But wait a minute. You said something just now. You said other communities seem to be able to do this perfectly. You don't think that other communities are getting divorced? Like so so you do know, Carrie, that and I know you know this because I've had this actual conversation with you before. You do know that the whole feminist movement started with white women, right? You do know, right? That white women, the whole purpose of the feminist movement was for their rights to vote, for their rights for higher wages, for all these other things, and they definitely, added black women to that fight, because black women and white women were sort of semi experiencing similar things. Okay, and so, this whole movement that you're a part of literally started with white women wanting their independence. Okay. So divorces are happening in other races. I don't know if you think that because, there's a smaller number of black people in our community, there's a smaller number of black people in the country. And so, therefore, any statistics, this is why you can't believe all your statistics. Any statistics against black people are always going to look larger in size than it would anywhere else because there's a larger number of people to count in the white community, Miss Bachelor's degree. Okay. I need you to understand, Miss English teacher, Miss Science teacher, and Miss Math teacher. I need you to understand why these things are happening and why you might see what appears to be a larger number of people this is happening to within the black race. Okay. I need you to expand your mind like this guy was trying to get you to do and see some things outside of the black and white thinking that you like to have. Let's go ahead and continue.
Right?
Mhm.
Obviously, nothing's gonna be like perfect, but it seems like black people have just up and decided that you can just have babies with somebody just because your dick got hard and y'all was attracted to each other for a summer, and they see nothing wrong with it, and it's just getting to
Okay.
be a little bit weird that people just
Okay.
seem to think it's totally all right to just be out here breeding.
Now listen, and I agree with you there. But what I'm saying is that a child can only be born in that situation where there's no marriage for whatever reason. A child can only be born with the woman's 100% consent. You just muted yourself.
And how are these men, so men don't have to, I don't understand why you absolve men
Because
from
men don't
planting
have
their
no
seed in a
power.
woman.
What he's not saying is that men shouldn't be sexually responsible, right? What he is saying specifically in regards to your own conversations about bastard children, right? What he is saying is if you have bastard children, Carrie Ann, it is solely your fault. Okay. If you decide to have what the old term from the old French era of bastard or illegitimate child means, if you want to go into that term and use that term, right? Then you got to look at this from this perspective. If you nowadays have a quote unquote bastardly child, it is solely at the discretion of the mother because she did not have to have a child with a man who did not want to be there for her and a man who did not want to be there for her child. That is just the bottom line. If she chose to have that baby anyway, right? And then chose to carry on and expect that father to be there and expect that father to support, and now she's mad at the kid or mad at whoever because she ain't getting the support that she's supposed to get. That is nobody's fault but hers and hers alone because she literally did not have to have that baby. She did not have to lay down to sleep with him. But okay, if she did not have to have the baby. That is what he's trying to say. And you know this. That's why you're trying to like find some other argument real quick so you can just keep up with it instead of acknowledging what he's saying is a fact. It is 100% fact. As much as it might hurt your feelings that this happened to your mama or whatever. But honey, this is a fact. 100%. And no man can make you do anything.
What?
Men have no power at that point.
But
I don't
is
care
it
how
possible to rape a man? Like, why would men
Okay,
have no power if you don't want to?
It is absolutely possible to rape men. Women, there's women that are predators that have sex with young boys, that have sex with teenage boys and stuff like that, and they've gotten pregnant by them, and that is rape. Yes, ma'am. Yes, men can be raped. I don't know if you didn't know that, but it can absolutely happen. And it's sickening as a former educator of teenagers that this is the way you think. It's disgusting.
Get a woman pregnant, don't fuck her and come in her.
You wonder why breaking called your job.
Like, it's not
I
rocket
agree
science.
with you. I agree
I don't
with
think
you.
you
But
do
what
agree with me. I
No,
don't
no,
think you
check it
do.
out. Now you cut me off. Now check it out.
Go
I've
ahead.
already addressed that. I said
Not that I agree that breaking called your job, but you wonder why, okay? Because at the time, I wasn't seeing all this stuff I see now. But at the same time, I wouldn't have called your job. But I see why they called your job.
unless it's rape, the woman has to accept dick. Men are throwing dick all day, right? That's why when we finally get a woman who's willing to catch it, we say, "Oh shit, it's my lucky day." Right? Women are guys are throwing dick at you every day since you're 14 years old. You know that. Even now.
But I mean,
Okay?
are they not responsible for their behavior?
A lot of these guys aren't.
Why are they not? Are they mentally incapacitated?
Yeah, they were raised by single women.
And
they have
whose
no
fault is
idea how
that?
to be a man. They mamas for choosing bad dick.
Why is it that not their father's fault for being bad dick?
It's both faults, Carrie. But the bottom line is, it wouldn't be happening if the mother didn't decide to have the baby with an ain't shit nigga. That's what he's trying to say. No matter, I mean, you could throw as many feminist bombs at this as you want to. A feminist would say this shit. She's going to say, bitch, you got full autonomy over your body. You didn't know that this is what we was fighting for. You didn't know that this is what we was marching for. We were marching for your rights to decide over yourself and whether or not you're going to be laying down having a baby with niggas. Like what? Like you be talking like you be living in your great grandmother's body or something. Like you be talking like you still back in the 18 and early 1900s, sis.
Because once Roe versus Wade passed, the father has zero say on whether the child gets born or not.
All he has to do is not impregnate the woman. Something's wrong. We've come.
No, something is wrong. All she has to do is close her legs, right? Yeah, he can absolutely be sexually responsible too and not just be fucking and tossing his seed all around. But both parties are responsible for that particular part of it. The other part, where if y'all do slip up and get pregnant, the other part is solely on the woman. You can say no, and you can have that pill. You can get Medicaid to pay for this shit nowadays. There's certain states that Medicaid is paying for fucking abortions. I know Delaware is one of them. They just started that shit, like I think this year or last year, where Medicaid is actually paying for an abortion now. Okay, up to a certain amount of money. So, yeah, girl, like, yeah. I mean, what the fuck? And that's yearly too, by the way. Not just a lifetime.
To an impasse. There's nothing more.
Okay, check it out.
Me and Reggie want to send one out to a very special lady in the house tonight.
All right, so check.
Shout out to Gates. He definitely played that part. That was right on time too.
Check it out. All right, if you and I have sex with a rubber, we both agree. Okay, we not trying to have a kid, and that rubber breaks. Okay, we did the responsible thing, but then the accident happened. Okay. And then what if once you're pregnant, you decide I'm having this baby, even though we agreed that we weren't going to, there was going to be no child to result.
That's
I told you.
statistically insignificant. That's not
What
why
do
we
you
have
mean?
70% of our children, because that barely ever happens. Statistically insignificant
What?
means that it happens so infrequently that it's not worthy of discussion. That's what I mean when I say that. These children are not being born. And even if that were true, why is it that Asian men aren't having children 70% out of wedlock? Are they not men? Do they not have the same penis?
Hello,
Why is it
Kenny.
that Latino men are not having children 70% out of wedlock? Are they not men? Do they not have the same sexual drive as black
It's
men? I
because,
mean, what are you
can I
suggesting is
answer that?
different about
Wait,
black men?
sweetie, when you ask me a question,
She literally rapid fired 5,000 questions at him just now. And wouldn't even give him a chance to answer because she's so triggered. She can't even hear his answers. She can't hear herself. Nothing. She just gone.
you have to let me answer without
I
putting a bunch of stuff.
can I not cook for a second? Damn.
Okay, all right.
No, you can't just talk over people and then you're uneducated when you're quote unquote cooking, right? Like you're adding, spaghetti sauce to macaroni and cheese. Like that's what you're doing right now. You're adding ketchup, okay? And we don't need that. We need cheese.
All right, well,
I'm just cooking. You know what I'm saying? I'm just cooking.
You're
Go
hand me
ahead.
the spatula.
Your cooking is bad. It sounds like that peanut butter and cayenne pepper. That's what it sounds like.
Hand me the spatula.
Here you go.
Okay. All right. A lot of it is cultural. Okay.
And hello, Kenny Peoples. I don't know who you are, but shout out to you. If you are who I think you are, how you doing? I hope you're doing well.
And I can't speak for everybody. Okay, but I know that most people that fit into these categories that we're talking about, the troubled categories, are niggas and hood rats. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of them have more kids than you and I. They're probably outnumbering.
Let me help you out, Chat Lives, because I see you trying to be the antagonist. You usually are, so it's understandable. I'm not going to go through the process of blocking you and all that crazy shit. But let me explain something to you as a woman, okay, and somebody that is very familiar with healthcare and familiar with Medicaid and all this stuff, okay? Um, Roe versus Wade was quote unquote overturned by the Supreme Court. However, they then turned around and gave the power of this to the states. Okay, so the state, you can actually have an abortion in most states, not all states, but that doesn't mean you can't go across state lines and still get that abortion. And nobody's going to put you in prison. Nobody's going to go to jail. Nothing is going to happen. This is literally happening daily. Okay. You should do your research on that. So I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this. There are women that are absolutely having abortions all the time, and it has made it much easier and for access to abortions in blue states, such as the state of Delaware and some other states where it wasn't as easy to get an abortion if you were on like a Medicaid program or something like that, whereas it is now, okay, where they're actually paying for it. So do your own research on that, okay, while you're always trying to only correct me and you be wrong as two left shoes. Let's go ahead and continue. I still love you though.
Us, and I mean black people at this point, all right, in America at least. Mexicans, Asian don't have a culture where they put up on pedestals their female performers who would sing a song called "Wet Ass Pussy," right? They don't have a culture where they got a nigga named NBA Youngboy running around here just, you know what I'm saying, not only rapping about dysfunction and calling it culture, but also living life, displaying. I got kids everywhere, right? They don't have these things. They don't celebrate the broken people within their cultures. This is why they don't have that.
So away from the victim narrative, though, I get you. Like Asian people don't have a history of minstrels.
Okay, stop right there. Victim narrative. Where does that come in?
Yeah, I don't want to listen to a whole they don't have this, because if you're saying the problem is cultural, right?
Mhm.
Whose
Yeah.
job is it to fix the culture? Who are the leaders in the Black community?
Rappers. That's who the leader. That why
Now keep in mind, y'all, he's coming at her a certain way, and it already failed. But I think at this point he was just having fun with her ass.
why do you think Kamala Harris brought Cardi B on stage?
But
You
if
know what I'm
we
saying?
don't control the music industry, right?
That's a
The
victim
reason
narrative.
why I say victim narrative is because
Mhm.
at what point are okay, so as a Black man, do you have
Yep.
any ability? Because
Yep.
apparently, according to you, you just whoever gonna take your dick, you gotta give it to him. Cause you just since you was 14, you just gotta give a dick to whoever. You can't control your dick. You can't control the music. You just a hapless victim walking around making babies, right? Right. So
No.
what is it? Is there anything that the Black man has control over? Because certainly, according to you, not himself.
Okay.
So you're a victim to the
I
music industry. Is there anything that you can control?
I can control, myself. I have 3 children myself. They're all adults. One mother. Okay. She was not a hood rat. The way I control, I don't fuck hood rats. Period. I'm disgusted by them. And I try to urge my son, I say, if you plant my bloodline inside the bloodline of a hood rat, I'm disowning you and that.
So how long were you
Right?
married?
I was never married. So I'm telling you that
Do y'all see that that seems to be her go-to, right? When she was talking to Keeper, she was talking her shit to Keeper. She asked Keeper, "How long were you married?" And then this man, "How long were you married?" Right? When her father wasn't married to her stepmother, right? It's questionable whether her father was married to her mother. I don't know if that's true. She claims it is. I know her mother got married to her sister's father. I don't know about her father, right? Is that why She gets so angry at men when she thinks for a second that you didn't marry the mother of your children because her daddy didn't marry her mother. And that's why she's so angry about it, right? And angry that he died the way he did, and angry that her stepfather is there for her, but she has to be jealous of her little sister, right? Because she has her mother and her father who he loved her mother enough to marry her, but her father didn't. And that's why she attributes bastards and illegitimate children because maybe that's how she was talked to. Maybe that's how she was referred to. I don't know those things for sure. I'm speaking on that, not knowing. I know about her father, but I don't know about whether or not that happened, right? I suspect it based off of some things she has told me, but I don't know for sure. I can't say that for sure. But based off of some things you've told me about your mom and based off of how you behave online, it's not hard to see. Based off of how you feel about men who don't get married to the mothers of their children, how you despise them for that. It's not hard to see, right? And how cruel it is, as you said, how cruel it is for people to have children without being married, right? Because that hurt you, allegedly, right? As a child, right? You never felt legitimized as a child, right? But just because your father didn't do that for you doesn't mean that if a man didn't marry the mother of his children, that he's somehow like your father. He's somehow like Larry Wilson. No, he could not marry her and still be there for her and still love her and love the children as well and still protect and provide for the children and still not murder another woman. That's possible, Carrie. Maybe not in your life, but it's possible. As a matter of fact, it happens every day, all the time. There's men who take care of their kids and support the mothers of their kids, and they never married her because it didn't mean nothing to either one of them to get married. But they still supported their children. So you can't see things that way. Everything is black and white to you. But you went right to that when this man said that. I'm going to leave the link to the rest of this in the comment section, but we're going to go ahead and move on a little bit. I want to get to the part where, because this shit was crazy. Hold on one second, guys. I think this is the part here.
Hey, y'all, real quick, and this is not.
It sounds like you're the one that's bothered.
Carrie, hold on, real quick.
No, hold on. You start.
Oh, hold on. Okay. So we're going to get to the one part. I mean, this was so disturbing to hear this shit. It was crazy. Here it is. Okay. All right, guys. Let's listen to this.
Look, man. Look, you know, at the end of the
Now, before I get into this part, let me read the comments and stuff, and then I want to say something about Stargate real quick. You said, "Wow." You said now she thinks this man wants her child. You said the term wife beater comes from white people. Okay. Okay, I'm not on mute now. Okay, I'm glad that y'all can hear me now. I'm sorry, guys. You said somebody tell her she's muted. Okay, no sound. Sorry, guys. Okay, so y'all can hear me now. Okay, glad that y'all can hear me now. Okay, all right. So anyway, let's go ahead and get back into this. I hope y'all heard the part that I was trying to say. But anyway, let's get back into this right here. I want to definitely talk about this one part that Star had done. Star was on here talking, and y'all know I don't really fuck with Star like that, but I really didn't like how Carrie handled this with Star. I thought that this was crazy, and I'm gonna speak on this real quick because this was wild.
day, everything goes both ways. Everything
Shout out to
and
Mikey.
everything. If the mother's on some bullshit, they either give it to the grandparents or they give it to the auntie or whatever, you know. But if they see the fathers that's fit, they'll give it to the father, and they'll make the mother pay child support because the mother's unfit. She can't. You know what I mean? That's real lifetime. That is real lifetime.
Carrie Ann has answered the challenge.
I think it's sad that old girl came here to eat my scraps and you still begging for me. You want me to shut up, but you asked me to come up here. You done referred to me like 5 times.
Yeah. Okay. You know, you're right.
Stop talking about me and thinking about me. Now you beg me to come up here. You got this woman up here trying so hard to take my spot, but you can't stop thinking about me. So what can I do for you? She up here trying so hard to fill my.
Now keep in mind, you see how she came up here and addressed Stargate, right? It's not like she got on the panel and Star started addressing her. She addressed Stargate. She started mentioning Star. Now I know Star can be very irritating, very disrespectful, and talk her shit, and you be wanting to smack the shit out of her and shit. But that's not what happened in this case. Carrie got on the panel because Star was making comments about her while she wasn't on the panel. I guess she thinks Star isn't allowed to do that or some shit, but she can do it, right? But she wasn't addressing, she came on there addressing Stargate. So I just wanted to point that out. Let's go ahead and listen.
You auditioned and failed. So I have to use you as an example to show everybody else what not to do, gorilla.
But you, I'm not gonna look, Gates. I don't know if you allow all these racial slurs, but I'm not going.
Hold on. Racial slurs.
Yeah. Hold on.
You think I'm white?
Hold on.
I'm just fucking with her.
I know. Hold on. Let's chill. Let's chill this out.
Me and Carrie had
just made amends. So look. Let's just calm it down.
Would have helped her in a second. We would have all been fighting.
Hold on. So,
but now she done made.
I wanted y'all to hear that part, and then I fast forwarded it a little bit because we're getting to the part where I want y'all to hear what she said to Star. For those that missed it,
enemy out of me.
Right. That's what she do. She love bombs you, then insult you. Carrie's abusive.
Here she goes. Welcome back. Welcome back, Carrie.
I'm not gonna put up with the gorilla talk or anything like that, but I'm just gonna leave.
Better talk.
If you don't want me here, you have the power to make me leave. If you're too scared to have a back and forth, you can just use that word again and I'll leave. I'm just letting you know. You have your out if you can't take it.
Man. Come on. You know this is roasting. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but go ahead. You call me an idiot. You didn't ask my permission.
What happened to insult comedy?
So please stop graping me. No means no. Stop trying to force yourself on me.
Did y'all hear how this girl said, please stop graping her? Because she just said something to her? But Carrie can talk about us extensively for months and months and months and months and nights and days and nights and days at a time. We can block this dusty bitch and she still will talk about you day in and day out and day in and day out, all day and all night, crying in them lithium fucking bottles, right? But as soon as Star says something to you on a panel, you can't take it. And you go to the part of graping you? No means no? Did no mean no when I blocked your bitch ass, Carrie Ann, back in August? Did no mean no then? Did no mean no when I gave you boundaries that I did not want you to go past, and you got on the internet trying to redefine what the word boundaries mean? Did no fucking mean no then? Did no mean no when Raw B told you to keep her fucking son's name out your fucking mouth? Did no mean fucking no when fucking Divine told you to stop talking about her children? Did no fucking mean no when Keeper told you her children aren't bastards? Huh? No only means no when you're uncomfortable, right? But when somebody starts digging back in your motherfucking ass like you've been motherfucking doing to them, like you hopped on that panel talking your shit to Star, and now Star digging back at your motherfucking ass and smacking you with your own energy, now you go as far as using the word graping because you like to put jackets like that on men and women, allegedly. Don't you, Carrie? You like to go to sexual extremes when you're describing how people are treating you instead of how they're really treating you. You just can't understand the differences because you're not healed from your own past. See, the abused become the abuser, right, Carrie? Maybe you need to go get some help while you scream that shit to this woman who I'm pretty sure would never touch a dusty bitch like you with a 10-foot pole. Even though I know Star likes women, it wouldn't be you. But we're going to go ahead and let you finish out sounding like a nut.
No, Rilla.
Star,
Leave me
chill.
alone.
Now,
You are welcome
let
to
her
talk
land.
about me hours a day. Leave me alone, crazy
You
lady.
don't have to come on the panel where I'm at.
Star,
I
You
can
don't
come on the
have to-
panel if I
let her
want.
land.
You don't have to keep trying to force
You
yourself
don't
on
have to
me.
be here.
Right,
You
neither
don't
do
have
you.
let her
You
land.
don't have to follow me sniffing my chair. Leave me alone.
You
Crazy.
always listen. If you talk
Yo,
to
this
me,
woman's obsession
if
with me
you-
is crazy.
if
It's
you
crazy.
talk about-
Yes, your obsession with me and my children and my pussy is disgusting. Your obsession with Raw B's son and Raw B as a mother is disgusting. Your obsession with Raw B's marriage is disgusting. Your obsession with Divine Seven's children is disgusting. It is ridiculous. You are so obsessed every day, all night. Your obsession with Photon and his children and his wife and his brother and his brother's wife and his brother's children is disgusting. You are an obsessed, lithium popping, weird bitch. But you got the nerve to be coming at this woman because she's smacking the shit out of you the same way you be trying to smack her when you get on a panel, when you talk shit. Now you're going to this extreme. You know, I don't like that bitch, Stargate. I don't like her. We all right. I'll have her back over certain things. And this is one of them things I will. What you're not going to do is come around here putting a jacket on that woman because she don't fuck with you, bitch. And because she has the balls to tell you about yourself, right? One thing you might not fuck with, but with Stargate, you might not like her, but she gonna tell you exactly how the fuck she feel, and that's why I can fucking respect her. Because she's gonna tell me how she really fucking feels about some shit, even if I don't fucking like it. But you can't even be real enough with yourself that you can't even see your own behavior. You can't see how the ways that you do things is exactly what you try to project onto other people when you're backed into a corner, right? When somebody starts knocking you the fuck out and knocking your teeth to the ground, right? You can't see, you know, this is actually how you behave. And then, you know, when they're showing you yourself and they're putting a mirror in your face, you jump out of the fucking corner with jackets like this, you know, abuse and grape, right? I remember you saying that about Triggs when Triggs was coming for you and y'all was going back and forth. You said he was being grapey when he was still talking his shit. You said this about another person too, but we'll leave that alone, right? Carrie. We'll leave that one alone. I might do an interview on that one. Okay. But either way, you always go to those extremes, right? When you just can't get your way with somebody, or when you just want to, you know, you want to try to force a narrative on them to get people to feel sorry for you, because that's exactly what you were doing in this situation. You were trying to get Gates to drop her like he did, right? But you were trying to play on his emotions and get him to drop her so you can control the narrative, right? So you can control the panel. And I appreciate that he actually ended the show. That he wasn't going to let you just take over the show the way that you wanted to do. You wanted to take over and talk shit freely and openly about Star and about his brother, and he was just supposed to just let you do that, right? But you can't take the same fucking energy that you fucking give. And so when you can't take the energy, you turn up the heat so high that like jackets are being put on people and shit behind it. Mm-mm. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with a bitch like that. And Gates, I'm gonna just say this. I think that you have enough evidence yourself to see how this woman carries things. Nobody has to make up shit about Carrie Ann and just say a bunch of stuff. This is not some catty back and forth women's fight, Gates. Okay? Personality disorder that this woman has. This is a personality flaw, multiple flaws that this woman has. And not you or me or anybody else can save this woman except herself. I get it. I think too that she has some great qualities to her. I think that there are some things that are redeemable about Carrie Ann. But I also know the diabolical side of her. And you do too, Gates. So I get the whole idea that I think you're doing of wanting to entertain the sector and wanting to be the antagonist and have the other side of things to look at, right? But don't say you haven't been warned when you crash and burn on this with this woman, right? Because you already are familiar with how she carries herself. You're familiar with how things go. And this particular part of the show should have told you right away, this is not a person I want to do business with, whether it's online or not. This is not a person I want to do this with, because clearly she's trying to manipulate and take over. And if I allow that now, I'm going to have to continue to allow that in the future. And the moment I don't, the moment you don't, Gates, mark my words, there will be several midnight videos about you, okay? And misconstruing your video, your emails, misconstruing text messages, misconstruing things like you want her, like you think she's a baddie. Shout out to Hoodie. Because Hoodie had to point out to this bitch that she's no badder than the next fucking sea lion. Okay? You're no badder than the next fucking polar bear. Okay? With your popping lips and something else she thought he was trying to say when he was just giving her a compliment when her and Brianna was going back and forth, which was 2 years ago, damn near. Right? And she's bringing that up because he complimented her one time. Now he wants her. Now he want to be with her. She gonna do you the same way, Gates. I don't know why you think she won't. I'm here for it though, honey. Okay. I am here for it. Okay. And I think all of us, I speak for us, when we say we here for it. Okay. But at the same time, be cautious. You already know what you're dealing with. I don't know why you think this is gonna turn out different for you. It's not. Okay. But don't say you haven't been warned. Don't say I haven't warned you. Merry Christmas. Okay. Happy New Year to you. And damn sure don't say that you haven't warned yourself because you were actually in this video repeating the caution that you have, right? And then you were smart enough to end the show when you saw the manipulation. It's going to come up again. It's going to happen again. You keep fucking with her long enough, it's going to happen again. And the exception for it, the expectation for it, I meant to say, is going to be much higher at this point, right? The bar is going to be higher. She's expecting you and your loyalty. And the moment that that compromises what you're actually trying to do, you'll see the real Carrie Ann come out. Okay? But anyway, I appreciate all of y'all for coming out today. We have been on here for almost 4 hours. Let me go ahead and get these comments and then we are going to get out of here. I definitely do appreciate each and every single one of you. I haven't seen you in a long time, CJ 5848. How you doing? You said this is all so bizarre. You said I used to be friends with her back in the day. Oh wow. Okay. I've seen your name before. I just don't know where I've seen it. You said LOL. You said I don't know. I don't know. Have you seen some of the Star 8 before? No. I have not seen any cootie that Star 8 before. She might actually fuck with her then. Who knows? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. You said have any of you met her in real life? So I've never personally met her in real life, but I have talked to her a lot off on the phone. I have talked to her. But I have not personally met up with her. But if you have, I'll drop the link for you if you want to come talk. I mean, because um, yeah, okay. Used to be friends. Email me. My email address, it should be going across the screen. Let me see. If it ain't, let me change this real quick. Hold on, y'all. I actually want to get out of here, like honestly, but all right, let me put my email address right here. If I hurt your feelings, oh well. Oh the fuck well. Shout out to LV. Loving Life 7842 at gmail.com. All right, go ahead and send me an email and we'll talk. You said, well, y'all used to be friends. Okay. You're going to have to prove that because there's certain things I know about her that her friends would actually know. And if you could say something in the chat that would definitely have me thinking that you're her friend, you can say it, right? And then we'll go from there. You said, "Oh, bless you." You said, "I'm surprised she's crashing out online nowadays, but I could see it." Ciao. You said, "Who on earth sniffs chairs? That sounds so nasty and weird." Okay, so you said, "Bless her." I do think her mental health issues are challenging for her. They are very challenging, which is sad. And they're challenging for anybody that has mental health conditions, but she's still responsible for it. You said, Gates' head will be on a platter. Sometimes Carrie Ann gets carried away, child. Okay, I think he thinks he's an exception. I think he thinks so. You said pre-chill, you fucking up my Valentine's Day show. I need him to cheat with Carrie. No. You said keep her in living. I'm trying to plan ahead. You know what? You said MLK know what's in store. He think he think he's special because he light skinned. Okay, child. He think because he light skinned that he got extra protection. Oh, child. If you only knew. If you only knew, Gates. No, child. You said slander, do your thing. That's good. That's good. You said, have a great day, everyone. Maybe I saw you in her chat. It's possible I saw you in her chat, but I know I've seen you around. So if you're who I think you are, then yeah, definitely message me. definitely message me. If you're who I think you are, message me today. Okay, message me right now. Okay, I will send you my Google number and we will have a conversation. Cause I think I know who you are. You said have a good one, beautiful Bernice. You said good show mostly. I was listening, but good shit. Thank you. I appreciate you, beautiful. Definitely appreciate everybody for coming in. You said Miss T Pre, excellent podcast and breakdown of that conversation. Yes, it was definitely a lot. But yeah, thank you. And I'm looking forward to talking to you. Like I said, I do think I know who you are. But we'll talk. Okay. I appreciate all of y'all for being in the building today. Make sure y'all do hit the like button. Use of that argumentative spirit. Be effing people up. Child, it's disgusting. All right, y'all. Listen, we out of here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Let me go ahead and play y'all a timer. We're gonna do a nice little Mikey drum roll real quick for a good timer, and then we out of here, y'all. I gotta call that the Mikey drum roll from now on because that shit was hilarious, y'all. All right, y'all. Well, I appreciate y'all again, and peace, guys. Thank y'all again for watching.